Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Hola, bon dia a tothom. Buenos días.
Hello, good morning.
Saludos desde el Hospital
Greetings
de
from
Sant
Sant
Pau
Pau Hospital in
a todas las
Barcelona.
personas que estáis ya
To
conectadas vía
all
Zoom.
those of you who are connected via
Tenim
Zoom,
l'oportunitat
we
avui
have the opportunity today
d'experimentar
to
una àgora mixta
experience a mixed agora thanks to technology,
aprofitant un espai tan
making
privilegiat
use
a nivell
of
cultural com
this
aquest,
wonderful
l'Hospital de Sant Pau de
venue,
Barcelona,
culturally wonderful venue at the Sant Pau Hospital in Barcelona, Modernista Hospital, with the presence, an Art Nouveau hospital, with the presence of very valuable speakers here on site, but also online, more than 130 people connected all over Spain and also in other places in Europe and the US. Before the introduction, the institutional introduction, I would like to remind you that you have 3 options for simultaneous interpretation at the bottom of your screen. And please switch off your microphones on Zoom. And if you have any technical problems or if you have any questions, you can do so via the chat. You can enter your question that will be posed to the different speakers after their presentations. I would like to thank the team of the Transparency Agency for their effort in organizing this event. And I would also like to thank all of the services of the metropolitan area, protocol, communication, management office, who have given us the support to be able to organize this hybrid system, which is not as easy as it may seem. We hope it will work out. And if there's something that doesn't work out, technically speaking, or on the human side of things, we apologize in advance. On the other hand, I would like to also thank the members of the Metropolitan Council who are here today with us in this institutional opening. It is an honor for us to have the Vice Chair, Ernest Maragall, of the International Cooperation Area of AMB, here with us, with Pilar Díaz Romero, Mayor of Esplugues de Llobregat, and also Councilwoman and the Mayor of Sant Feliu de Llobregat, and Mr. Isidre Sierra Fuste, Mayor of Sant Climent and Councillor in the metropolitan area. So I will pass the floor over to the Vice President, Vice Chair, Ernest Maragall y Mira. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this wonderful venue, which is the heritage of the city, Hospital de Sant Pau. Congratulations to the Transparency Agency for having invited us here today, and even more so for having done so with very good reason. Not only in order to be here together to have a debate together, but also to focus on an aspect which is key and which is becoming central in a very clear manner. The good use of technology, good governance. The title is provoking in and of itself, utopia, dystopia. And you are the ones who should prove here today that it's neither one nor the other. The idea is to build a democratic reality, an institutional reality of a relationship between citizens and the administration. Of course, demanding transparency, clarity, traceability, verification, efficiency, all of the elements that you know so very well. The Transparency Agency has every right to call you all here today, and in order to also have such a relevant audience, both local and international. And I think this is the 6th session of this subject matter, so there is consistency here. There's undebatable quality, but there's also ambition. to go beyond, to not always stay in one capacity, but Gemma is always thinking about what's next. What should we do differently? What should we change? She's always changing something, or at least trying to. And aside from that, our presence here today, the presence of the 4 members of the institutional representation who are here today, has a meaning in and of itself. Not in order to contribute the real content of the session, which will start in the next panel, and in the talks, which are all extraordinarily interesting. And I think they will be so very interesting to all of you, but also to show that there is involvement and commitment of the institutions. The agency is not alone, and the Metropolitan Council understands it, encourages it to move forward. And I think, well, she thanks us for being here together with them. And as I'm saying, we are here together. We're not protagonists. We're not leading. We're here to show the institutional commitment, but we're also here to learn, which I think is the best thing we can do today. And this session makes me think of a recent publication, the annual publication of CIDOP, which includes a publication about the status of the world and a very interesting reflection about technology, post-pandemic technology, and the concept of data exploitation and who, how, when, why, under which conditions, etc. And there they talk about concentration of power, the role of large corporations, administrations, public administrations, and these concepts of hard power behind the use of these data, or one of the potential uses, not always legitimate uses of these data. And they talk about, in this article, about who is the subject and who is the object around the use of technology. Who calls the shots and who... And there's something that's very interesting, which is behind everything that I've seen in their program, which is who or what is the new landscape of rights that we are willing to debate, set, protect. They talk about neuro rights in this piece. So how do we do it? How do we protect our brains, so to speak, from what's coming, from what they're sending us, from what occupies our time? And just to finish, I would like to speak of something that's in my best interest, actually. We are here as a representation of the administration. We're here to listen to our colleagues, and I think that the fact that all 4 town councils are here today is valuable. Barcelona, Esplugas, Sant Feliu and Sant Climent town councils. I think this is a very good snapshot of the metropolitan area and this urban reality that we represent today. And I believe that we can now acknowledge the power of this room, this event, and also the power thanks to the use of technology, power and solvency. And today, you will be reflecting, you will be thinking, you will contribute to our thinking with your non-artificial intelligence. It's real intelligence. You will contribute that to the table. And I think that by doing that, in a way, if you allow me, you're also taking on a collective responsibility, as collective, as professionals, as experts. And this is the responsibility to take these thoughts into and translate them into proposals and then into evidence, because institutions and so that institutions and democratic representatives can make decisions, they can risk to make decisions and take the necessary paths. And here we are more than ever with our ears perked up to pay attention and draw the right conclusions from your words. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the agency.
En segon lloc, en segon lloc, li donarem la paraula a la senyora.
Secondly, Pilar Díaz Romero has the floor, Mayor of Esplugues de Llobregat, Councillor of the Metropolitan Area, and representing a town council that does a very good job. Thank you very much. If you'll allow me, I will take off my face mask so that I can talk. I don't have a very loud voice, and I think you wouldn't be able to hear me well. I'm delighted to be here. It is an honor, and I would like to congratulate the Transparency Agency and their director for the initiative of having organized these sessions with a very suggestive topic, technology and good governance. We love good governance, and I will tell you why in a minute. And technology as well. We have many goals, and in this pandemic, we have different missions to accomplish, but we have two very clear ones. One is the green transition, and the other one is digital transformation. This digital transformation, which, well, in a way had already started. The digital revolution was already ongoing before the pandemic. It's not something that just got here, but it is also true that recent events have accelerated it in a way we did not envision, and this is very good news. And in this regard, I also wanted to start with a sentence that Ernest already said: technology, good governance, utopia, dystopia. So for us, it's neither one nor the other necessarily. Technology and good governance should go hand in hand, and this is a very real relationship. Just as in a couple, that you need to take care of a relationship on a daily basis, with technology, it's the same thing. And technology can help us become the public administrations that we want to be, devoted to good governance, and especially this transparency that is essential if we want shared governance and the participation of citizens in public affairs. And the question, which is the million-dollar question, is what is this snapshot of this good governance that goes for innovation and a good use of technology that we have? And so if we want for this to go hand in hand and for it not to be either utopia or dystopia, we need an innovative government, because it needs to benefit from the technology that we have in the development of processes and services, and also because it explores new pathways to take on the tasks that we have. We like innovating, but some of the tasks are very clear. The law sets our competencies, the competencies of government, and what we need to do exactly. And this use of technologies allows us to do so in a much more efficient manner. So a town council or an administration, to use a general term, I don't want to exclude other local administrations, it should be innovative and transparent. We cannot conceive democracy any other way at the moment. And we shouldn't only take care of our duties, our specific duties, well, and something else that has a very significant weight in our budgets, but it is also key to do so giving timely explanations, because we are administering money that's not ours. This is public money. So when we do that, we also need to explain what we're doing. Not only in a way that is obscure and not understandable, we need to make a huge effort so that the people, those who do not follow up our comings and goings on a daily basis, so that they can understand perfectly well when we approve a budget, what do we devote every cent to in that budget, without names of items that are absolutely obscure for citizens as a whole. So this transparency, this need for accountability and this need to explain everything in a way that is easy to understand. Actually, in our case, we normally use 3 indicators that can inspire us in this exercise of transparency. On the one hand, the Transparency Index of Town Councils. You know perfectly well this is the one created by the NGO Transparency International here in Spain, devoted to fighting corruption, and it groups together civil society and different stakeholders and governments in a global coalition, also the Laboratory of Journalism and Collaboration for a Plural Society of the UAB, and their Transparency Certification Info Participa, which is based on the map of good public communication practices in Catalonia. We're proud to be the only town council that has met 100% of the indicators, but I don't want to shout it out for everyone to see. This is just one more effort, but honestly, we don't believe it, because when you see on a daily basis how we conduct our activities and we fulfill our duties, I think there's still a long way to go. We have not reached the summit. It is a stimulus, it is a motivation, but we need to make it further. And we also need to be a local administration which is close to the citizens, and this we can do via transparency. If you are transparent, citizens can have the information in a very clear and understandable manner. And all of this encourages citizens to participate in decision-making, joint decision-making, because we do not aspire to having citizens who only vote once every 4 years and that's it. We want to have citizens who are part of the decision-making process, and we do not want to lose the great talent that we have in our city. We have talent as in all municipalities, and it's important that this talent can be added to the modest talent that we have in the town council. Of course, participative and collaborative, I don't need to explain it because I think one goes with the other. Efficient, we are capable of using the tools that we have with this technology in the best way possible, and optimize because we want to spend the least amount of money to do the same thing. And without further ado, I will stop now to talk about efficiency and the use of technology, in this case applied to transparency, but I will give you a brief example. What we would like to do now is what many sectors of the productive economy do, big technological. I didn't want to say it, but I will say it. Amazon, does it. We have data, we have a lot of data. So why can we not exercise our competencies and our tasks by using this data always in the adequate manner and with the permission of citizens? Why should we bother citizens every year asking them for something that is repetitive? And, for example, a grant for school lunches, which is something that you request every year. And this is what happens as in Esplugas. We ask for the same things over and over again. We are reactive, and we ask for them to request the grant when we can foresee what family will request it.
So this is the same that I'm telling you. So we want to be a much more efficient administration to better accept transparency. To me, this is a very important topic. So we can foresee many things. We can also understand. We can also embrace what the citizens want from administration. We try not to bother citizens. We'll try that citizenship experience when in relationship with the city councils and the public administration should be as agreeable as possible. And I dare to say that it should be a fantastic experience. So all these informations and all the data, when they are well structured, and if we have a good use of data, we will have a much more friendly relationship with the citizens for them to take better decisions. Well, I think that these are the 3 pillars of good governance. I don't want to say other things because we have a very long seminar today and other speakers in the panel. So these are the three main pillars: transparency, participation. To us, it's a capital for better decision taking and collaboration with the citizenship, the corporations, companies, and all the activity that happens in our city. Once again, congratulations, and I wish you a very good job because we have a lot to do when dealing with transparency and digital transformation.
Moltíssimes gràcies. Ara li
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Lidia Muñoz Cáceres, Mayor of Sant Feliu de Llobregat and Councillor of the Metropolitan Area of Barcelona. Thank you so much to all my colleagues. Thank you very much to all the members of the panel and to all of you on the other side of your screens that are virtually listening to our words. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for your kind invitation and to count on our personal experiences. We represent here the institutions of the metropolitan area. However, we do also represent citizenship. We should always bear in mind this concept. We are always representing citizenship. We will never replace citizens. So this utopia or dystopia should be a reality in front of us, and also to reach higher horizons on a daily basis for us to be thrilled and to make these concepts to be real and to face different concepts as many other issues. So the idea it is to make these ideas land in quite a complicated and complex situation, a context that needs to face several challenges. The pandemic has boosted other processes and also had speed up many procedures. And we, as representatives, we must implement the good instruments for a good governance and to get closer and to face such a difficult context, this lack of trust, this disaffection of citizens towards the administration. So we need to get closer when we take decisions together with the citizens that we all represent. And thank you so much for allowing us to make this kind of exercise. We as mayors, as we are not in our office today, we are not today in our city, it's always a beautiful thing to share what we do. What's our purpose? What's the time that we have? And what do we do when we work? When we are outside of this comfort zone? So it's always great to set the connections and being interconnected with you. We love from Sant Feliu to tell the citizens what are the tools to improve good governance, what are the daily examples, and how everything that has to do with open governance and technology at the service of people. So to us, it's a long-haul flight. It's not a one-stop methodology. We need to improve the approximation of the administration towards the citizens. We need to get closer. We do have several projects that make us to feel very thrilled and encouraged. When we talk about digital administration, we, as Pilar said, this digital administration is at the end of the day suffering a transformation. It is a challenge when we are reconstructing social issues and economical issues in Europe. We cannot do from one day to the other, so we need to do it slowly, taking into account all the perspectives, and from our city we are doing it so for many years. It's not a burst, it's not an explosion, it has to be something that we will design. It should be a strategy, and it is something that we are doing in Sant Feliu for many years. We do have a specific strategy for this open government strategy, and always under the umbrella of some values that should help our administration to be smart enough to be clear enough, to make our projects known by the people, and we want to make everybody to have access to those. And also, what about the digital gap? How did we help citizens? We are implementing an e-administration that sometimes it's difficult to take it for granted because the citizens, they need to have an acquaintance with the administration in a telematic manner, and we were able to overcome the obstacles that entail this new strategy. So we cannot replace the service that we can offer personally, but we also need to be aware that there are some changes of attitude and behaviors in our society. Let me offer you an example. As Pilar mentioned, how are we asking citizens to get in touch with the administration? Well, during the pandemic, everything that had to do with requirements and petitions, demands towards the administration, we had around 70% on presence and 30% virtually. Last year, 2020, we had more or less the same percentage, and in 2021, 70% of the procedures are made online and 30% physically. So the pandemic has had an impact, but also the administration has played a very important role. We've been very careful when being together with people. We accompany them all along the processes. I think that this is very important, and we should work it in a holistic manner. Beyond digitalization, this was something that my colleagues mentioned before. When we talk about technology and due diligence, this is an added value to us. We, in Sant Feliu, we follow all the directions, the mandate, the agreement of cities. We do have a charter of cities involving the social and economic fabric of the cities and municipalities. When we take decisions and the follow-up of the decisions that we're taking, when we have a process of due diligence, we should respect it as much as possible. But let me tell you something. This relationship with these due diligence processes cannot only be virtual. We need to be also present. We must be there. And this is something that cannot be replaced. So we are totally open when we offer data. We do have this due diligence updated every minute in our website. There are no filters at all. So this is very important when we bear in mind our mandate, but it has to be always together with being present, and that is something that cannot be replaced. We could talk about many other things, right? And it has been mentioned before. All the changes that the technology produced has to be always in line with the people. Well, finally, in Sant Feliu, we were able to hide and to cover the tracks of the train. We are very proud of that. We began the works for that. And you could tell me, what's the relationship with these works and technology? Well, we have a public consultation together with the citizens, and through e-votations, we could make possible, and we are making possible that people from their rooms at home, they could talk about the city transformation. And so this consultation and referendum will let us know what will be the final result of this work. So how to put democracy at home? How to bring this democracy at home? Technology at the service of people, as I said before. And we'll have to use all the tools that are available, always aiming towards the future, and also to make people to feel that they belong to our city. I can see Gemma that is telling me to stop. Thank you very much, Gemma, for inviting us once again. We wish you a very fruitful seminar. Thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you very much, dear Mayor. Lidia Muñoz. We are here at the service of citizens. This is the common denominator of our role. When we talk about good governance, this is exclusively our work and the purpose and the reason for being. Well, I'd like to thank you once again, Isidra Sierra Fuster. He's the mayor of a very small village or city in this metropolitan region of Barcelona with a very rich landscape, very diverse, very different from Barcelona or San Feliu de Llobregat. He is a gentleman, always with a very good will, good intentions. Sometimes resources are lacking, and he had to make a lot of things for transparency and good governance. Well, I'm the last one. So you talked about many things here. I'd like to thank the organization. My municipality, 4,100 inhabitants. We have 970 municipalities in Catalonia, and I rather say that 900 municipalities are not cities. But I'm a city inside the metropolitan area. When we think about, we are a city despite being so small. So let's think about these very small municipalities. For sure, we are lacking loads of funds and resources. But I'm talking about the specific case of San Climent de Llobregat. San Climent de Llobregat has hired half-day an engineer, half-day secretary. So when we talk about technology, the same efforts that should be made by the big administration should be made also by small municipalities. But everything is possible. Citizens, well, they can say that we don't have to maintain loads of roads in our village, but yes, we need to modify and to update our website for everybody to have access to data and not to look for maintenance of public works and for not to talk about the contingency funds, right? So when we think about an app such as the one Sergi mentioned before, there are some municipalities where we don't have fiber, we don't have good connections, so those neighbors in Bellver de la Cerdanya or the neighbor living in a neighborhood of Barcelona city, they should have the same rights and the same right to access to these connections. So for you to change the website, you offer as an example some municipalities and local administrations that should be made by the mayor. And this is not good, but this is what we are doing. So everything that we make possible from our side, it will be a great contribution to open the doors to our citizens, for them to have access to the administration. But there are loads of demands from our side. Good governance, transparency must be a reality, and this is what we are doing. This is quite tough. This is what we try to do. We try to reach at a minimal level of accessibility and open government, not just a snapshot. It should be like a movie, a long-term work. In San Climent, we understood that this is a need that we could not postpone. We couldn't procrastinate anymore these problems. Therefore, we are available. We have different participatory processes that will offer some equality levels to citizens. Examples such as funds offered by the metropolitan area should be allocated for those people that didn't know how to use an app, that they do not know how to use a cell phone. Therefore, we were able to have some training sessions to bridge the gap, digital gap, and from the office of the city council, we do have a place for open governance and transparency to help citizens if they want to claim something, if they want to ask for something, if they have questions or doubts. Well, the metropolitan area of Barcelona offered the support that was needed, and I do understand that the supramunicipal organizations, they have this role to play. We have 900 municipalities in Catalonia with less than 20,000 inhabitants, and this supramunicipal institution will help us. We do have many other institutions such as Diputación, different county councils that will help us. So, in conclusion, let's think that all the discussion that will be held today and the opportunity to share the experiences, let's think about examples such as Barcelona, San Feliu, Esplugas, that they have many things to do, and the big numbers of inhabitants will offer some support, but sometimes you have these processes when we involve citizens, it's going to be difficult for small municipalities. But this is the first step to reach this right equality. So, congratulations for the seminar, and to all of you in the room, this is a kind of a very interesting opportunity. There are speakers with great knowledge, with loads of expertise and know-how in the program today. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So we close the institutional opening of the representatives. I'd like to excuse the president of the metropolitan area, the Mayor Ada Colau. She had a previous commitment, but she was in the previous meeting. So thank you so much, and we are deeply sorry for the delay. Well, now I'd like to call the next panelist and speakers, as well as the moderator.
El podeu posar en pantalla? Com s'apaga? Perdó. Ok. Sí. No, apaga-m'ho, apaga-m'ho.
Sí. Molt bé. Comencem ara.
All right. Now we are going to start this next panel, Digital Revolution, Context and Ethical Challenges. Well, we are dealing with a digital transformation context. We're talking about the 4.0 industry, which is the industry digital transformation. And the main purpose of the panel, it is to talk about different perspectives, such as AI, as well as open data, open government, as well as the freedom to create the things. And when we talk about creating things, we talk about material and non-material things. And when we talk about material things, we talk about real devices, software, electronics, hardware, and many other things. And finally, we talk about quite an interesting phenomena, that it's the so-called surveillance capitalism, that has a very important impact when facing some specific principles such as human rights. The three main domains and subjects are quite recent. Right now, we can see just the beginning and the first principles, and we have the pleasure and the privilege to count with some speakers that work for building these principles. They are the first range. When we deal with AI, we count on with support of and the presence of Karina G. Bird. I'll introduce them in depth. She's going to talk about open data, and we have for the open data and open governance, we have Mercy Crosses. When we talk about the freedom of creation and creativity, we count with David Cuartillas. Hello, how are you, David? And finally, when we deal with the surveillance capitalisms, we count with Wouter Tebbens. He's going to talk about this issue. And finally, the idea, it is to think and to reflect on the next question. When we build these principles, are we building good principles? Are they mature enough? Are they accepted enough from a social perspective? Are they correct? Are they inclusive? And will be all society will be able to respect them? So this is kind of an open question that will offer an opportunity to see the real application of these perspectives in society. So I'll give the floor to the first speaker, Karina G. Bird. I want to read you a little bit about her CV. Chair, professor at the UPC, PhD in IT, co-founder of the IDEAI, which is a Center for Data and AI, Vice Dean at the Informatics School of Catalonia, and founder of CodeInf, School of Women. She's been involved for strategic projects in the Catalan government for developing AI, and she's also a counselor for the European Commission when dealing with AI issues. Karina, you've got the floor. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. What a pleasure to be amongst you today. Thank you very much to all the organizers. Thank you for inviting me. I do believe that seminars such as today's seminar are very important when facing the problems that we are facing today. I was asked to talk about the context and how the ethics has to play a role inside the AI structures. I will skip some cases. I'm going to offer you a broad image about the AI. I always try to offer an open perspective because I don't know what's the knowledge of the audience. And finally, I'll offer you some practical cases, and I'll talk about everything that we are doing at the European level when dealing with ethics. Well, AI appears in 1956 thanks to John MacArthur's work. He organized a summer school in Dartmouth, and well, he is together with 10 savvy people to rethink transparency. Can we be specific when we think about the actions of humans and to be as precise as a machine? Well, that's when the AI appears. We try to find formal languages that describe intelligence, human intelligence, and we can see that it suffered loads of development and progresses. And suddenly, we realize that the AI appears in a manner that wants to program machines and devices that will be able to reason as humans and how to put together some ideas to reach some conclusions. This has to go through to hibernation. There were some technical issues, mainly when dealing with computing and different combinations. So we suffered two big hibernations of AI. And finally, in the 80s, we got out from this hibernation. And the expert systems always clash with the wall because never the expert is able to convey the problems, and they are not able to transfer the information to the machine because the experts, they know in a non-aware manner what happens. So it's like asking to a doctor, hey, offer us some patients and the machine will offer you an answer. What has to happen for someone to suffer and to get COVID or not? So that's how machine learning appears. This automatic learning system put at the center the learning procedures, and suddenly it triggered all the processes for AI to be useful, to get data from all over the place and to learn about the world and the planet and to take decisions from the data.
And at the same time, the Internet of Things developed, the Internet, networks or social media communications, the web, Wi-Fi. And we don't only have technology now that learns some data, we can collect data from anywhere. Actually, people now wear these things on their wrists that tell us about everything that we do, whether we're agitated or not, whether we're running a fever or not, everything that we do. So these two technologies have combined, so to speak. And this has led us to realize that if we exploit data, we can know a lot about what will happen. So all of these decision-making processes have, the technology has a strong impact on them, and this has made the productive sector boom, this boom that we had not experienced until today. This is not devoid of risks. We will talk about this in a minute. And Catalonia is very well placed. We have an international community at the moment which started around the 80s, one of the oldest in Europe. It's very, very well structured. And in this regard, we work quite intensely in this area. Where do we have AIs? We have AIs everywhere. Alexa, Siri's are all around us. The other day, a colleague asked, well, every 10 minutes we were having a conversation, he had questions, and he was asking all the time, Siri, when was the person born? We were in the middle of the Pyrenees, and he had that machine that was telling us the answers. And the GPS is a part of all of our lives, the Roombas. People are very happy for these machines not to get tangled in the rugs and fall down the stairs. And this is a water treatment plant with a remote. It has a smart supervisor that helps supervise the process of these waters. We have video games, self-driven cars. And this has been working for many years. There are AIs in the industrial design, in the management of emergencies and faults and breakdowns at the Hong Kong metro. Hong Kong sends 10,000 engineers every night to repair the metro lines, and an AI sends them. And medical diagnosis is something that is more implemented than we know. We know that doctors don't let the AI decide, but there are AIs that determine where the tumors are and mark them, and this has been happening for a while. In terms of smart cities, connectivity in cities, for example, in Barcelona now we have these warnings on bus stops that will tell us how long it will take for the bus to reach us, which was unthinkable in the past. Industrial design 4.0, industry, as Tobias said, are areas in which AIs are coming in strong. And then we have the nasty side of things, advertising, and these recommenders that are transparent and are present in all search engines. And all of these, and we know this, we have pervasive AI everywhere. And it is imperceptible because the AI doesn't tell us, oh, I'm here, I'm helping you know these or that. These are transparent algorithms that are intertwined everywhere and make you see certain ads, certain recommendations. Earlier today, one of the mayors said, do we need to ask for the information every year? No, if there's an AI, no, we don't need that. The same technology that will recommend you to request the grant is the same technology that helps us select a movie on Netflix. And we need two important things, clearly. One is, how do we envelop this with an ethical framework that will protect the user from this very powerful technology? And when this technology makes recommendations, how do we get it to explain them in a way that is understandable enough so that users can know why the decision was made and how? I will be very quick here. I will go through some cases very quickly. One is a case of smart cities. This is one of our projects, a very old one, but it was already about using the wireless network so that we could have a follow-up of elderly people who are at home and who need care. So how to integrate all of the healthcare services and social services which belong to different administrations, and how to book the medication tests, x-rays, how to make all of those arrangements and appointments. And this is part of reality nowadays, and it uses personal data. It has to. Here we have another case, a case of strategy. This was the WHO, when they decided they needed to deploy mental health services in developing countries, and they did not know exactly how to start. And in order to know the situation of the countries, we used AI, using the previous knowledge of territorial delegates to define the typology and the data of the countries, to define the typology of countries. And this is one of the tools for explainability that we use. And here, I cannot point here, can I? Yes. So here we can see, for example, that there is a group of countries. These are capacity resources variables. Here there was Tanzania and these other countries. These others have more resources, but they have a problem with the arrangements of the service. They were still using a lot of electroshocks, etc. And when you manage and you need to develop intervention policies in these countries with a tool such as this one, you need to start from scratch, but not here. Here you need transformation, change of culture programs. So these tools are good for helping in policy design in different areas. This is the ontology that came out of that. This is the project that we're conducting at the moment, Gavius, together with Gava and Metro Town Councils, and it is precisely about the digital transformation of social services, attempting to have proactive services that can guide these people with more of a digital divide in terms of how to make the necessary arrangements. And here we're facing awful challenges because users oftentimes don't even have a digital entity. So here we have an access problem that is being resolved within the project, and another one, which is this idea of whether the user allows the town council to study them, tell them what is good for them, and whether they grant permission to access their data. You cannot understand these proactive processes and make recommendations without the data of the citizens. But if the citizens do not allow you to use their data for you to learn, then you cannot learn. And this is the dilemma that we need to bear in mind. This is something that is linked to other ideas that were debated, the INSES COVID project, which was precisely used to define an infrastructure where citizens, or the basic areas of social services of Catalonia, contacted citizens with specific profiles that we wanted to know how COVID had impacted them. And these data were treated with AI techniques. This was a questionnaire answered via mobile phones, very quick and easy. And if some citizens did not have a mobile phone, then social services lent them one. And we had, in a very short time, we had a lot of answers, around 1,000 citizens that covered the entire territory. And we did this automatic exploitation of data and directly. And we did not use only classical AI that organizes data, but also an AI that created a document. So data exploitation generates a report where you make a couple of comments and then you go to an executive management meeting where you can make any necessary decisions. In 20 minutes, you can have this document available with any questionnaires. More smart cities aspects. Here we work with Twitter to understand and automatically interpret what happens to the city. Precisely one of the things that we detected was the V of 11 September of the Catalan National Day. We were running the pilot and we started seeing a lot of warnings, and it was because the system was detecting a demonstration in Barcelona that we had not input in the system. So you can have information about what is happening in the city, where there is a problem, where there is traffic, an unexpected demonstration, people drinking on the streets, an excess of people at the beach. And this was done by Twitter, but many people do not have Twitter, and these are specific segments of the population. Circular economy. Here we have a smart recommender of how to recycle, so how to manage waste so they are recycled. This is very much related to circular economy and sustainability, and I'll stop shortly. Here, with COVID, one thing that was done in analyzing waste was seeing whether there was COVID or not in wastewater. These analyses that seem not to impact the rights of people can tell you exactly what the people in a neighborhood are eating or doing. So here it is not clear. The fact that making certain data transparent will maintain protection of citizens. So with COVID, the idea that the decisions that we make have an impact on what the AI can do and cannot do, and this will have an impact on what we decide and what we do not decide and how we decide. Well, this is a very graphic example that is related to a healthcare decision that probably from the healthcare point of view was very well made at the beginning of the pandemic, which was to ask the people who were infected to shelter in place. We asked them to shelter in place without a PCR. And so during the first few months, all of the prediction models of the pandemic did not work well. So then we said we will find data in the funeral services. That didn't work out very well either. And now we have another problem. They are being given 2 different courses of the vaccine, they're being given 2 shots of the vaccine because it's not well recorded that they actually have the condition. So if we do not get the data, the decisions that we make that are well made, I'm not debating the decision in and of itself. It's probably a well-made decision, but this always has an impact on data, and this has consequences. So I always say that there should be data experts helping the people who make these decisions, at least to put things on the table, to say, okay, if you do this, or for example, if making them understand that certain people are not in the models, well, we need to understand this. And this is a case, a recent case. What would happen if we were to publish water consumption curves of the different districts? I'm not talking about personal data, I'm talking about publishing data from Las Corts neighborhood or data based on the postcode. Since we know that when there are ads on TV, people go to the loo and then there's more water consumption, we may even get to know what TV is watched in each neighborhood, and we know when to place an ad. So anonymizing data is not always perfectly safe. So, well, I just wanted to think about the idea that having data and publishing them is not always perfectly safe. It's not always a matter of transparency. Sometimes when we want to become transparent, we make people vulnerable. It's very important to be transparent, but we need to find the limits. And where has Europe set the threshold? Well, in respect for human rights. The European vision of digital rights is radically different from that of the Chinese or the Americans. And we are creating the tools, in this case the RGPD, which came a while ago, that said that nothing can be done with data that we do not consent of. Then we have the recommendations of the high-level expert group of the European Commission that launched a set of recommendations in 2018 to say what the characteristics of an AI should be for it to be ethical. And then all of the different territories, Catalonia, Spain, Europe, also created its own strategy. And now, currently, we have the AI Act of April, in which Europe, aside from saying that we want these 8 axes of ethics that I will talk about later, takes a stance that we do not want indiscriminate biometrics, and any company that wants to operate in Europe will need to go through the ethical filter of Europe, which is something that had not been resolved and was critical because on your phones you have AIs that are not European. Therefore, they follow different criteria, so to speak. And the other thing is that it forbids any use of data oriented towards manipulating the behavior of the user. I don't know exactly how we will be able to implement this, but at least we have this idea of forbidding it. Catalonia was a pioneer in 2017 with the Barcelona Declaration of the AI. This was one of the first ones to warn that this indiscriminate use of AI could be or could generate vulnerability. And here you have the ethical recommendations. And then in data protection, there was a report created on the algorithms that make automatic decisions and the risks this entails. Actually, the recommendations of the Council of Europe are that the AI cannot make decisions by itself. We need to supervise it. I mean, it's not a robot that will move. You know what I mean. This is the European strategy. And this is a bill of law. This is the draft, and this is what I said. There were these 3 things, and in the end the idea is that we have AI everywhere, and using it well gives us a lot of information about what citizens need and how we can help them, etc. And Europe is now human-centered and respectful of human rights. We have the strictest regulation in the world, the most protective towards people, towards humans, and we have all of these principles coming out of this European vision. that should, in a way, help us frame the use of AI in a situation that is safe for people, that helps create better policies, maybe quicker. But we should always try and pay attention to this vulnerability of data, even if data are aggregated. And this is what I wanted to share with you.
Moltes gràcies, Carina. Superinteressant.
Thank you very much, Karina. Yeah, that's a very recent transformation at the European level. I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker. I'm going to briefly introduce Mercè Crosas. Mercè Crosas is the data chief at the University of Harvard, PhD in astrophysics, also belongs to the Institute of Quantitative and Social Sciences, co-writer of the Principles of Data First about administration of scientific data. She also contributed to recommend the OCDE to have access to public data, and also she's responsible for transparency and open administration at the Catalan government. I hope that you can listen to my words. Thank you very much, Javier. Thank you very much to all of the audience here in the room, but also I'd like to thank Gemma Calvet and also the Transparency Agency, because you are aware about the importance of the topic, and it's always great to have this conversation and to try to go beyond the results of the seminar, right? And I also realized that we had an excellent presentation made by Karina, and it looks like that we agree and that we reached to an and I think that all the points are reinforced, and it can be when we represent data, open data. But first of all, before giving the floor to open data and to talk about it specifically, I'd like to talk about this open government. How do we see this open government before the session, and how the mayors, well, they talk openly about their municipalities. How can we see this open government, and how the mayor of Esplugas has mentioned transparency, the participation point and collaboration, and finally we will deal with open data. This is kind of an objective perspective that will help us to see what are the main topics to deal with. Well, if we have already published data and data are open, we'll have to make less effort. If we create data from scratch for them to be open data, it will be easier when citizens ask for public information. If we do have a perspective that belongs to citizens, and if we take into account the conversations and the needs of citizens, we will have a much more informed citizenship when dealing with a specific issue, and also the possibility to get data and to exchange information. It is the beginning of a great collaboration and cooperation. There is a common information base, and we all understand the same. And this offers the possibility to have a much more mature government. Sometimes it's difficult and it's kind of impossible to reach this level of understanding, but it can also improve on a constant basis. We will be able to get mature because it's a government able to listen to citizens, a government that is co-creating and co-governing, and it's a honest government, it's a transparent government at the end of the day, and it shows the way the government behaves and the way the government is. This is very helpful to avoid corruption and will help ethics and integrity. Well, data are important and we should put data at the center. When we analyze the majority of open data from this Secretary for Open Government, we should create a country of data. What does this mean? A country of data means a country for research, a country for science, a country that is able to share the interpretation of data. What do we understand about data? Together with models that should count with a high level of expertise, with quite a rigorous methodology, scientific processes to get rid of biases, to know if data will help us to see what's the hypothesis that we are aiming to see what are the conclusions that we can get, and also how from the beginning of the modern science, data and models have been always together, hand in hand. So if we start from an hypothesis such as a model to understand the human behavior and the universe, we will have data to double check the experimentation and also to verify data from the basis of the model. And in a Cartesian manner, we are able to implement the model when we repeat the system. So let's talk about this country of data, this country of science. What do we want to do with this country of data? We want to empower citizens. From a public perspective, we want to put the citizens at the center. We can do it through improving, through broadening open data in a responsible manner, and on the other hand, we should help the reuse of data that we already know. Finally, we will see what are the main two trends, but first of all, we need to maximize and to improve open data. Well, we have to do it always protecting privacy and personal data. And we must do it in an ethical manner. But sometimes it's not incompatible. We could have a broader vision of open data. We could design the information in a public and transparent manner, but we can do it not only, as we mentioned before, in a homogenized manner to understand personal data, but also to better understand the context, to better identify data. This is something that we are developing in our research and we should take into account. So not just individualize the data, we should have a much more complex perspective and always taking into account that we can combine thousands of data. And also, it is very important to take into account that we need to have quality data. Quality is important. We are using data through algorithms, through quantitative methodologies such as statistics and machine learning. If data are not representing the population, the target population, we will reach to not correct conclusions. So we should work with the data as much as possible in an adequate manner, but always bearing in mind that they have to represent the population. That is the goal of our service. We want to create this country of data, always collaborating, going beyond the public sector, always cooperating with the private sector, always together with the civil society, different organizations and institutions. Why? Because sometimes we have to face very important challenges, social challenges, health and global challenges, climate change and many other problems. These are very complex issues, and not a single industry or sector will be able to solve these kind of problems. We should be together. When we also talk about technology data that could be reused from the public sector perspective to gather more information about citizens, and if we are able to work with the incentives to collaborate together with all the industries and sectors, if we are able to do it so, finally we'll get a better perspective and a better knowledge coming from different places. This is something that we want to work together with this PPP, always taking into account how to add public value and also bearing in mind how we include civil society. And also we want to reach to a certain level of standards, international standards. So we cannot just be satisfied because we are doing very well in a specific community or municipality, or because things are great in just in our area of influence, right? We need to face global challenges, and we'll be able to face these challenges if we are able to compare data with other countries and regions. If we want to be a reference for other countries and regions, if we want to solve problems here in an adequate manner, we must compare our problems and data with other countries. Therefore, we need the standards of quality. As for reusing data and also the improvement of data, how do we use this data to have an impact on the knowledge that we are able to create? As a starting point, we should identify the talent that we have in our country. It is also important to include the international talent and also to inform citizens and the public administration as well as professionals, because the idea of working with data, not only reusing data, but also to better understand them, how we must assess them when these data are quality data, and how can we participate all together in order to reuse the data in a rigorous manner, because we count with a previous training, and this training should be on an ongoing basis. Technology changes rapidly. Research and methodology changes also very rapidly. We should understand methodology and the way that we understand, we explore data. Therefore, we need a previous training. We need to know how tools work. And on the other hand, we want to reuse this open data to combine these data from all the sectors in order to improve our policies based on empirical evidences. Not only public policies will rely on the information of these empirical evidence, but also has to include citizen participation, the role of citizenship, and this empirical evidence in order to know how we are taking decisions that will have an impact on our daily life. And we should listen, right? We should, once we have the basics, once we have the empirical data and the different cases, how can we reach a level of standardization to satisfy the demands of citizens? And as I mentioned before, this concept of a country of data is a country of resilience. These data should be open, always together with a rigorous interpretation, an interpretation that could be double-checked and correct. What do we want to do with this country of data? In a few years, we want to create a common space for open data. It should be a point of gathering of different open data portals and different repositories coming from research centers, universities, including also open data such as the ones coming from the private sector and the existing open data portals. So when we will be able to federate and to gather the global standards, being respectful with the international standards, this will offer us the possibility to be together with other European systems, and also we'll be able to compare our data with other data. Sometimes it's difficult to contrast different domains, and that will offer us more knowledge and know-how when you have different perspectives. That's the idea. We want to have this common space for data. So we want to have an open platform in itself. We can talk about this open source code. It will offer the possibility, we as data professionals, we will have the possibility, we have to train citizens, and we have to work with the researchers. We will be able to contribute with the different visualizations, explorations, data stories, and many other elements that are included in the context for a better data interpretation. And to have kind of a decalogue of figures that should be comprehensible, understandable, and also to have this common space that will help us for everyone to participate in data explanation. Well, I also was telling you that we need to follow some global principles and international standards. Therefore, I'd like to talk about what represents the FAIR principles. And this I'm going to swap into English in this presentation. Well, I have some words in English and Catalan. You don't have to read that if you don't want in depth this slide. But first of all, let me talk about the principles one by one to understand what we really want to say with these points. Sometimes it's easy to talk about the principles, but the implementation of principles, sometimes it's not very easy to understand. So when we take into account this seminar, it would be very interesting to see what are the FAIR principles and how can they be combined with AI principles, as Karina mentioned before. Because they are completing each other. On the one hand, we have this concept of findability. I don't know how to say it in Catalan, or how to discover data, how to find data, how to look for data. And what does findability mean? Data sets should be found by machines and by humans. Machines that will be systems that will be useful for the implementation of AI. Needless to say that we need to protect data and we should respect ethical issues. When we publish some data sets, we should know how to find them and how to use them for us to for the system to automatically recognize the value of data. That's why we need, first of all, some metadata standards that will help us to understand the data set, how the software will be able to understand that once you find this data set, you are talking and dealing with this issue, or what are the sources of the information, what are the variables. So you need to have an information that will make a description of the data set. in a standard manner. So you can compare one data set with another data set, and from a descriptive perspective, you will set some metadata standards such as discriminated word and many others that are very, such as data site, and you will be able to identify in an unequivocal manner the data, and you can ask data sets for a specific purpose when it's used for a public policy or when you need it for a scientific work, right? So you should be able to quote the data set that you use, which is the basis and the evidence of the result and the conclusions of the public policies that you implemented. So, as we always put the references of the articles and the bibliography, which is something very important for the support of science. So it's something very important that we should. How I'm going with the time? Okay, I need to speed up. Very briefly, accessibility of data and how to use free and open protocols that will be easily implemented for many systems, and also will be finally very fruitful. Once we've got a data set that you cannot find, metadata already exists. This concept of interoperability, it's a very important principle, where maybe it is the most difficult principle, but once we have data sets, we have a description of data, and we must combine with the data sets with different variables with other data sets. That's when you can talk about this and how you can get these data sets, social sciences, and to combine everything. So this part is very, very important. And finally, we need to know what is the vocabulary that we use to describe the data sets for us to better understand when we change the scientific fields. And they can be reusable. They should be reusable, taking into account and also trackability, and if they must be protected or data should be protected. And finally, this reusable feature should be one of the main purposes. Well, in order to conclude, let me tell you that once we get the quality data sets that can be used for AI, when they are combined with the principles of AI to protect human rights, always putting at the center human rights, we will be able to get much more responsible of the data, but we are implementing in a manner that we prepare it and they will be ready, and the methodology will be useful and much more comprehensible, and if they have quite a big level of quality, and if we finally are able to be more efficient. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I'll be delighted to have a discussion with you later on. Thank you so much.
Molt bé, hem vist el segon àmbit, que és un enfocament.
Okay, so we have seen the scientific approach of data, and those of us here are in the technical and scientific area. And, well, we have faith in science, and if science does not respond, we're lost. And in hearing you, well, I thought whether this fair could be an antidote against fake news. Okay, so now we'll move on to the third speaker, who is a bit far from us. Hello, good morning, David. Can you hear me? I don't know if he can hear me. Yes, wonderful. David Quartillas is a researcher of the Internet of Things and people at Malmö University in Sweden. He is a telco engineer and PhD. He is the founder of the 1010 Lab, or IOIO. It used to be called a K3 Prototype Lab of the Malmö University, and currently he's studying the consequences of the introduction of open technologies, the socio-economic acceleration produced by digitalization, and the risks for individuals and social groups. He is a social entrepreneur of the Asoka Foundation, and he is one of the co-founders of the software and hardware Arduino platform that has taken down so many barriers. This Arduino project is a worldwide phenomenon. So without further ado, David, you have the floor. Oh, hello. Thank you very much for having me. I will speak a bit. Well, I think the panel was very well chosen in terms of the order, because I will talk about what happens when we have a society in which many things are open. I like to call it post-open source. And this is a research that I'm barely starting. I'm still scratching the surface. And I've classified a series of topics that I think are important for research and that I will mention and I think help open up the debate. And we need to give some context about platforms, which are a series of tools that we use. And we need to see where they are executed, whether they have a digital format or not, how they are used, what's their governance, and the cyber risks that they can present. Specifically, I will talk about platforms of software, eventually hardware and documentation, and the symbiosis between developers and receptors of the actions of the platforms. So society at large and developers in this case would be a public body or a company that is awarded a tender. There will be it is a change between capacities and technological capacities, and needs and technological capacities. Digital governance is based on needs. If we talk about a private platform, this platform emerges as something that comes up due to a typically economical interest. And the most important thing is that they are transformable and transferable. And this transformability of platforms is risky because they can change overnight. And transformation can be from the point of view of the user interface or legal terms. And these transformations can bring people using the platforms closer, in as much as these platforms may have become infrastructure as part of the daily life of people. Open source or open code that has been mentioned in the previous presentation is a base of code which is available in the uncompiled format so people can read it and therefore modify it as well and use it. It inherits certain characteristics from free software, which aside from being open, it establishes that anything that is generated with it should be open as well. Free software goes one step beyond open software. And once open code came up, it generated a new community of praxis that is now permeating public narrative. Even the European Commission in the latest version of Horizon proposes that all the results are open in as much as possible and available for humankind at large. Europeans in principle, but humankind actually. And there are many things on the internet run on open software, and this is very important because this communication that we're having at the moment is possible thanks to the existence of this software. The governance model is varied, but open software introduces a governance model that seems counterproductive, which is what we call benevolent dictatorship. At the end of the chain, there is a person who makes the ultimate decision. It's benevolent because it is willing to listen to the reasons why, but it's still the owner of this code base. There's always also freedom of fork, which means copying the entire code and using for a different purpose. There have been cases recently, for example, with a software that is used for audio editing. Developers of the platform sold it to a company, and the community does not agree with this, and they continue to develop it on their own. And the most important thing regarding the influence in real life of open code is that this is the motor, the engine of digital economy. Anything happening in digital economy works via many blocks of open code. This means that open code has a very strong and real impact on the everyday lives of people. And I'm showing this slide to explain two concepts that, with my colleague César García, we've worked on defining. And they are, on the one hand, referring to how idealistic technologies or concepts historically always seem to be taken up by the neoliberal economy, and the devaluation of this concept, when having it devoid of values, increases its outreach. We conducted a study on meeting spaces for people who work with technology, and we saw that when taking away the values, for example, the hacker spaces or hacker labs were very leftist at the beginning, and when removing the political aspects, these spaces become something else, and they flourish more and reach more people. So what happens with free software and open code? Free software was something very political at first, almost extremist. Open code is a more commercial version of this, devoid of certain values, reaching a larger coverage in society. And this is the source of what we now define as post-open source, where we are now. Open code is exploited by economical powers such as any other good, such as water, air, or the electromagnetic spectrum, and the exploitation comes first from humans, and later on, because of the optimization of resources, from automation. And this is where we can talk about AI to automate processes, etc. And almost as a fun note, I think that the starting point of all of this process is the entrepreneurial hacker, the hacker who finds out that their knowledge can provide them with value and profit. So the rest of my talk is based on 7 cases that basically open up questions as to what I believe may be the fields of study of post-open source, and they are very much related to the things mentioned during the talk and can impact aspects such as transparency and governance. On the one hand, digital work via open code is no longer an option, it is a requirement. The Commission encourages the use of open code. Universities have acknowledged it as a mechanism of publication. It is as valuable as publishing in journals. So in the end, it becomes work. It's work as such. It's a job. It is not my free time. I am paid for it and I have goals. Monitoring tools are also done based on open code. Video capture systems, etc. Follow-up of working time, they are all based on open source or open code. So the same employee generates their own control mechanisms and tools. In a way, we can say that open source generates itself then. Needs pop up, we create them, and we are generating the code via people as proxies. A very important thing is that authorship is diluted amongst many authors or developers. At the beginning, a few developers were the authors. They were responsible. If something did not work out, you pointed your finger towards them. But right now, with the development of agile work control systems, what happens is that we are dividing authorship amongst many people. So a single open source project is gigantic based on how many people contributed. And this means that it is very difficult to know at the end of the day who did what, be it a comment or improvement, etc. So the big question for me from the point of view of digital work is what resistance tools do we have at the moment? In industrial work, we have trade unions, and we are seeing how digital work is starting to generate digital trade unions, but are the tools the right ones? Digital companies are transnational, and they generate a situation which is completely different, economically speaking, than that generated by a company, a physical company. So the big question here is, do we have the adequate tools to defend ourselves in those situations? On the other hand, we have the concept of automatic authorship. Recently, there's been a scandal in the world of software production. Well, I'm calling it a scandal to call it something, because IndieHub, which was acquired by Microsoft, launched a code generation system based on an AI algorithm that had learned with the open source that was available in GitHub. So many questions arise from this, and we should wonder, did they ask the creators of the software whether it could be used to train AI? Who is the author of a software generated by AI? Is it a compendium of the thousands of authors that feed this AI? On the other hand, what is the role of humans once the code starts to be generated automatically? Will we become reviewers? And as we heard in the previous talk, we cannot let the code make the final decision. We need a person at the end of the process, but still, what will our role be? We went from being creators to be reviewers, but in order to be a reviewer, you need to have a strong creation knowledge. So what will actually be our role? That is a question we need to ask ourselves. And then there's another important aspect, which is the software lobby. Open source, mainly represented by Linux, the OS, is greatly funded by large corporations. If we analyze the annual reporting of the Linus Foundation, we see that the great contributors, financial contributors who funded the Linus Foundation are large corporations, Microsoft, Intel, even Apple. So the big question here is, can we really believe that the fact that these companies are paying developers to generate software does not have an impact on the creation of the software? It is complex. It is difficult to escape this problem. I believe that we should accept the fact that even if it's indirectly, the generation of open software is very much impacted by the interests of these companies. They are doing it indirectly, but they are still indirectly producing it. So what should be the stance of small software developers? And in Europe, this is what we should be asking ourselves. A great deal of the European economy is based on SMEs. European developers are always looking at SMEs and how they can be a part of this narrative and how they can play the game. But if what they produce will not have an impact on this because they are competing with large corporations, what is their role? What role can they play? Another case is related to means of distribution of open source. There are several ones. One of them is that of developers, which is open source databases funded by different companies, GitHub, bought by Microsoft, GitLab, an independent company. You can install your own server, etc. But on the other hand, we have the distribution towards people. People on the street who have mobile phones and they execute an app on their smartphone, and these apps are launched via digital markets that are owned by a small number of companies. So even if the production of software is open or may be open, the means of production may be free of cost, but the final products end up in markets that are not precisely free. So we see that app markets in the end are another form of control deriving from open source. So where I want to go with all of this idea is that open source, it is, yes, indeed beneficial, but it presents certain inherent risks that we are not seeing at the moment and that we should be able to anticipate. So we need to ask ourselves what will be the role of large corporations, app markets, as gatekeepers of these transnational markets. Do they operate based on ethical principles? It is very difficult to forecast and decide based on that. And then what cultures? Different cultures have different principles, and we said earlier that AI is different for China, for Europe, for the US. AI is a clear expression of a cultural difference. And on the other hand, we talk about the fact that open source systems are very complex as of today. For a small producer, it's very difficult to compete in the creation of a cloud system. These cloud systems work within gigantic data centers that are delocalized, and they are owned by large corporations. And interestingly enough, we have the concept of a public cloud, which is executed by a private company, but they appropriate the public concept. This is, well, the ultimate thing from the philosophical point of view, seeing as the word public, funded by public bodies, is all of a sudden produced from the start by private companies. So we need to be careful with this, and we need to manage this, because there will also be a change in the use of words that will go beyond all of this. And on the other hand, it's important to realize that open source is optimized for sharing, not necessarily for efficiency. We can debate about this from many perspectives, but right now, code has been designed to be executed in server farms that have a high cost and that consume a lot of resources. The paradigms of connected society have not borne in mind sustainability until recently, so we need to start thinking about how can we transform these large data management centers and information centers. And we need to wonder whether there aren't any more efficient ways of producing code. For example, we've talked a lot about using iFarm as a tool, but this tool consumes a lot more resources than a programming team. So we need to be able to optimize all of these and create a smart equation of how we will execute our new algorithms. And just to finish, my last case, I think this is the most important one, is that higher education is at risk. What has happened is that universities generated a lot of open code. They started generating their own code. This has generated a new market, and companies are forcing universities now to educate on the code they generate, because this is what they need so that when people graduate, they can work. So this generates tension. Universities have a need to produce graduates who will find a job, and they have to use the open source generated by these companies that may not be general enough for all society. So this is something we need to ask ourselves, because we are risking the independence of universities when generating education. And on the other hand, it's important to realize that this new world, this open source generates new jobs, new professions that come up a lot more quickly and in the global north, which generates a lot of inequality. So we need to wonder, when we do this, whether we are acting responsibly. And with this, I will finish my presentation and I will open the floor for questions. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, David.
Thank you very much. Well, we dealt with the two main and first topics. We were kind of optimistic towards utopia. I don't know, how do you feel right now? David, I think that you have something hidden and you will offer us some proposals and a different approach. Are there principles to fight against these kind of problems? Yes. I just talked about the risks. Let me tell you that open technology is offering us the possibility to have this discussion, allowed the AI to progress. What I do simply want to share with you and underline, it is that we must take into account the risks. Because when we talk amongst us and when we talk together with the corporations that will offer us these kind of services, we should tell them, this is the limit line. So we should take into account what are the limits. And this is what I want to do. I don't want to make this research to become a cancellation culture. And mainly, when we take and we consider one of the most successful cases of open source, so we can see what's the way forward. And we can see some optimism. We have right now Wouter Teber. I don't know if he's going to offer us a positive message or not. Well, we are talking about the European Act that is going to be passed this year. The principles were created in 2015, 2016, right? Yes, that's it. And we also had David Quartier's perspective. He talked about the nowadays situation. And Wouter Tebens, he is the co-founders and chair of the Free Knowledge Institute. He is an engineer in the Netherlands. He is also the responsible of Think Networks in Catalonia. It is a community dealing with the Internet of Things. He is working in an open internet system to improve online calls and conferences. Yes, so this is your open proposal. You are an activist of this open world at the FKI, the Free Knowledge Institute. He works in this perspective for more fair technologies. And he's going to talk about the surveillance capitalism. He's going to talk about this phenomena, what is the surveillance capitalism that appeared in the Google activities, and it's putting at risk so many principles that were accepted in our society, such as human rights. So, Wouter, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Xavier. Thank you very much, Gemma. And thanks so much to all the organizers. What a honor. It is a big honor to me to be together with you in this panel. What a luxury to me. And the open knowledge, the free knowledge, and the different manners that were presented by the previous panelists are very important. I do agree. We are all fighting for a better world, and on the other hand, we can see that there are some conditions that must be satisfied in this surveillance capitalism. So, in this very short presentation, I'll try to be very short and brief. We're going to talk about this concept of capitalism, and later on I'll offer some ideas about what could be the appropriation strategies to overcome the issues created by this concept. Well, we all know once we are not the customer of a service, sometimes we are called a product, It's not a very precise definition, but we are kind of an exploited individual in the system. And sometimes we don't pay with money these corporations, or we pay very few money to these big corporations, but they are the biggest in the planet. And they were able to take the reins and to control almost everything, mainly in the US. They are US corporations. And you know that they have an incredible turnover. And if you put in the middle the column, last year column, they overcome the Spanish GDP last year. Therefore, we should be aware of it. And how is that possible? What are they doing? At the beginning, it was quite reasonable. It was a free service, research engine 20 years ago. Well, we were users. They could study our behavior. They were able to make some analytics. They could create algorithms at the page rank. They warranted that it was a very scientific system, a very rigorous and objective system. And later on, well, you found in your server the most relevant web pages, and from this strategy on, they were able to improve. They added the AdWords, the advertisements, that they are kind of uncomfortable, but well, we accepted that. And they are able to tailor-make the advertisements. That was fantastic. So we thought that it was something acceptable. But lately, we wonder if this is true or not. Is there a hidden part that we are not able to see? When we talk about the behavior that we have all in the internet, well, we can surf the web and we click on the banner and we can buy something. They are able to study and to analyze our behavior. They are able to create a behavioral model of each and every one of us. What are the standards? What are the when we want to buy? Are we compulsive consumer? These are specific information that they know more than we do. And they are able to reach a bigger level. They were able to create predictive products. Because the sellers, they want some guarantees when they advertise something. They want to sell their products and they want to sell their campaigns, political campaigns, so they want to have such a big level of certainty. Therefore, there are kind of results that are sold relying on the behavioral strategies. And Susana Subo in 2014 said that this system was called the surveillance capitalism in the digital context. Therefore, we created this behavioral added value. It is not technology in itself, but it is a capitalism and market logics in the digital context. It is not the same as the digital context, but we are used that those that rule the digital world cannot be implemented in all the algorithms and AI systems that we showed before. Those concepts without these surveillance logics are not possible. And behavioral data are outside of the visible range. If we talk about data protection regulation, this is the lower part of the graph. This is the circuit. So we have this behavior data that do not belong to ourselves. Now, this data belong to Google, Gmail, and many other corporations. So they created this kind of behavior, and we are not aware about the fact that they are the owners. They are the owners, therefore they are able to create the products, and the legislation escapes from the model that they were able to create. So, what are the main consequences? Let's talk about some of the consequences. We have some bias when we research some information. They have blacklist of any kind. They have the promotional products. So, what does really happen when you are blocked? Some people are blocked. You cannot interact anymore with the environment that they are offering. So you can lose your identity in the media. There is also electoral manipulation. We know the scandal of Cambridge Analytics that was published in the 2018. This corporation, thanks to the support of Google, they were able to create electoral profiles of millions of people. They did it in the US and later on they did it in other countries. Through the data, they were able to know what were your preferences and what they did have to do to change the voting intention for them to take an advantage, depending on who they were working with. They worked for the first successful Trump campaign and with the Brexit campaign and many other campaigns. After the scandal, they put an end to the corporation and the founders, they created other corporations. And it is true that Facebook still exists, and Facebook is still the number one ally if you want to win an election in today's world, as well as Google. So Google, Eric Smith, the Google CEO, was on the side of Democrats. So he helped Barack Obama. We don't know what he did, but well, this is the way things are. Well, I didn't mention before the fake news issue, but it's also that has an important role to play in electoral processes. And it belongs to the daily life of population. We know that those platforms, they earn more money if we are more time reading the information and how they create metadata to create this kind of extremes. Once we have controversy, people are more engaged, people do participate more, and there is kind of a level of aggressivity and violence in the world. This is what Frances Haugen says. It was, well, she's a former worker in Facebook, and she offered thousands of papers and documents and presented the Facebook papers at the Congress of the US. It's also a very big scandal. So Mark Zuckerberg said that he changed the world of the enterprises and the corporations. The link with privacy, geolocalization, you know that we all have a device that spies us. Who doesn't have a smartphone in this room? Okay. Someone here in the room doesn't have a smartphone. Well, you can have an Android smartphone without the surveillance system of Google. I can tell you how to do it if you wish. Well, the censorship that goes through all the platforms, this a year ago, it was organized at the University of California. It was held a seminar. They invited a Palestine activist, and a Jewish lobby wanted to censor, and they talked to Zoom, and they said, well, this is not acceptable. So Zoom censored this seminar, and after that, loads of activists and the academia world was scandalized, and they said this is not possible. We have chair freedom, freedom of speech. We should be more autonomous about what we talk about in our university, and we're dealing about many things through the internet, right, and online connections. They wanted to have the different levels of security, and also Zoom, well, wanted to censor everything. These are very well-known cases, and this happens on a constant basis. And we know that these platforms are not designed for benefiting ourselves, but also they are created to get addicted. The more time you work through these tools, the more time you are in the platform, the more they can create behavioral models, and the more they will sell different proposals from the advertisers. Well, in the 90s, we began with the mainstream in the internet, and many people thought that we were coming from a period of the industrial times, much more the center with the factory and the network. Everything was much more centralized. Therefore, we thought, well, we need to be much more decentralized. We should create a much more distributed network, and through a distributed network, you are more free. You can go from one node to the other without having to get through the center. We thought that this was the real situation, but it was not this way. These big tech corporations, they are controlling almost everything. They do concentrate a lot of power in their hands, more than ever. So we have a non-aligned interest with the platforms. They want to maximize their profits. We said before how they did it. Shubov is talking about a coup d'etat. I do recommend you to read the text. Well, she talks about this patch and this coup, and how can we get once again the control of data, of systems and algorithms, and how can we guarantee transparency and good governance. I'm gonna offer you some ideas, always in line with the previous presentations. The reappropriation strategies. Well, this is the open source software. It is the best way to fight for our rights, to design, to create, to contribute towards this open source software. Here in Catalonia, loads of social movements. In the last elections, we voted and approved 44 measures for the digital parliament. All the political parties accepted, all the political parties at the City Council of Barcelona, they are all fighting for technological security. We also have the Subtech, we have the Pangea Society that offers some services on the cloud. We also have a Commons Cloud. We have many structures, and we also have different open source systems. This is something that we can all make possible together with all the city council together here in Barcelona. We can have access to Centillo. It's an open source software that was created in the municipality of Barcelona with sensor data, open format. We also have different mobile apps. Well, I could reach to this venue without navigating through Google. It's possible. But we do also need to bear in mind and to have a clear idea that all open source softwares and many other systems, they can be improved. And if we want things to work better, we must invest time, money, and effort. The most important thing to me are the foundations. These foundations to me are the 4 freedoms. You can use it for any purpose, you can use it to get adapted to your needs, you can make copies, you can distribute the improvements that were made. These four main freedoms, or the four foundations, they can guarantee the autonomy of human beings and to respect the human rights. Under this framework, we can create wherever we want. Open source, it's not good or bad. This is the main framework. That's where we are. And relying on each and every actor and stakeholder and relying on the kind of projects and communities, we'll be able to reach one thing or the other. Lately, we are used, maybe I'll dare to say that in the last 20 years, we are used to get very perfect services. There are billions of investments that were possible through the systems, and it's possible through this surveillance model of capitalism that sometimes, between brackets, it's for free, but it always has a cost. If we want to fight for human rights in this digital era, this is the starting point. And I'd like to add on something. The public administration and governments, they have loads of possibilities. They should work for that. They can hire, they can deploy services under their control. If we talk about open source, it's a way for them to control everything. And this is possible in countries such as Germany. Universities, they never work with Gmail. They have Nextcloud. They are the ones that command the information, and they are also able to control GDPR and data protection. Another proposal for self-control, it is the collective self-control. We can have like a cooperative cloud. I'm one of the co-founders of this service, right? We began 3-4 years ago. We had an office where you could have your calendars, contacts, and files, and you can get in touch with external individuals, managers of platforms, discussion platforms, email services, as well as different forums, financial management, always gathered in a single account. It's a corporate model. You should be a member of the cooperative, and you will have 100% warranty that all your rights will be respected, because it's a non-profit system, and the data won't be never sold in the future for a capital fund. So everything is guaranteed. So you can go there, clouds.com. What else? Meetup. It is this cooperative service of conference calls, and we created during lockdown. For more than a year, we are more than 100 members and partners. You can go there, meet.com. Yeah, we should stop. Okay. Well, I'd like to talk about the platform cooperatives, the online meeting cooperative. I'm not going to talk about that because I don't have time. And also the technological architecture. We are used to a client server. We witnessed the birth of the blockchain, and there is something different. Okay, such as M2P. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Boter. Great. Okay. So we should put an end to the panel. Very interesting, the topic of connections. Loads of open questions. We'll have a 15-minute break. We'll come back. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hola, funciona.
Hello? Okay, shall we start? So we will begin with the second section, the second set of topics of this session. They're asking me to hold on.
Te dice que sí. Gemma, t'està ella.
Bé, comencem amb el segon bloc d'aquesta...
We shall begin with the second section of today. We would appreciate if we could have some silence in the room so that we do not have some background noise in the online transmission. We are now going to talk about digital bureaucracy, risks and good practices in the public sector. We've dived straight into the technological world in the first part of the session, and now here we have 4 people who are benchmarks in the study and the effort towards the contribution of the public sector in the use of technology and the compensation of vulneration of rights by technology. We have Concepción Campos, Astrid Desset, Roger Bat, and Rodolfo Tesone. First of all, we'll pass the floor to Concepción Campos. She is PhD in law, cum laude, and a degree in law by the University of Santiago de Compostela. She is involved in many areas of improvement of public management, and she is a professional public manager. She's also the leader of an important space which is called Women in the Public Sector, which involves many women in Spain of different areas of the public sector. She is a civil servant who's not working at the moment. She is devoted to training, and she is a member of the Royal Academy of Jurisprudence and Legislation of Spain. She's a co-director of the Localis Network, and she publishes regularly very top-notch monographs. And it is a pleasure for us to have her here. She's collaborating with the agency, with different research contributions and publications, and we hope she feels very comfortable in this format. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gemma. I would like to thank the agency, and I would like to congratulate you on holding this 6th international seminar, and of course the program, the agenda, and the speakers. Before we start, I would like to apologize because I will have to leave a bit before the end of the panel due to airport schedules that are not in my power, and I am sorry about that because this is an extraordinary session. And I would also like to congratulate the entire human team of people working at the agency led by Gemma, because they are a benchmark nationally and internationally from the point of view of defending good governance and ethics as one of the key values of the public administration of the 21st century. Because as I said, that on the 21st century should be the century of good administration, and now we should add good digital administration. Precisely, the title of my intervention, my presentation, is The Long Road. If any of you have been working on e-administration for a long time, you know what I mean by that. The risks, which are many, the opportunities, of course, rights of citizens, and good technological governance. So this is a broad topic. I could talk about it all day, so I will try to focus so that I can talk about some of the most interesting aspects. In 2013, in Wisconsin, they arrested Eric Loomis. He was driving a stolen car, and he had participated in a robbery and some violent events. He was counting on going to prison. He did not have any priors, and he was convicted to 5 years of prison and 6 years of probation. And he thought he was not going to go to prison, so that was a big difference. And who is to blame for that? Compass is the digital assistance used by the legal system in the US to determine what should be the ruling with all of the data mining they can obtain with this system and with AI techniques. The system assessed the potential of reoffense, etc. But beyond saying whether it was well applied or not, when the defense of Mr. Loomis asked about the parameters taken into account for this ruling, they said they couldn't disclose that because it was a private algorithm. They hire Compass, but within this contract there's no transparency of the algorithm. So a right, such as right to freedom, we will not judge whether Mr. Loomis was guilty or not. But this is a fundamental right, and all of a sudden it is conditioned by an algorithm created by a company and applied by a judge, one of the powers of the states. So this is the situation we're in, and that was 2013. It's now 2021. And when we talk about the risks, I always like to give some context with this reality, because I think it speaks of what can happen if we are not careful enough in the design of the defense of human rights. Another topic I would like to focus on: 3.6 billion people in the world do not have a right to access the internet because they don't have connectivity. It's not that there is a digital divide or a lack of digital competencies. They do not have connection. Aside from the acknowledgements of Finland and other countries and the steps taken in the past few years, this is what happens. This is data of 2019. And we have virtual assistants on the one hand that decide on rulings, and on the other side we have people without connectivity. So how will we solve this? Of course, the first challenge we face is having adequate digital connectivity infrastructures. Right now, we are immersed in a situation, at least here in Europe, that is very much related to funding the next generation funds and the possibility to obtain funding for digital transition up to 20% of the funds. It's an opportunity. We talk about the long road because since 2007, with the first law of access to electronic services, we've been taking tepid steps until in 2015 a new regulatory scenario was drawn up, and now everything should be digital when I, as a citizen, talk to the public administration. And I encourage all of you in 2021, November, almost 2022, I encourage you to go to 3 town councils or an autonomous community, an autonomous body, a public entity, and see how many of them have this information 100% implemented, how many of them can make arrangements electronically, how many of them have data, quality data, and how many of them are working along those lines, because this is the premise. It's ironic sometimes that when we talk about IoT, deep learning, machine learning, there are still people who do not have connectivity. And I'm not talking about Africa, I'm not talking about the poorest regions of Latin America or Southeast Asia or Africa. No, we're talking about the next village, our next door neighbors. Not too long ago, we saw to be a village in which people had to go to the cemetery to connect to the internet, precisely where the people do not need the internet connection, but this is precisely the only place they could go. But there are places where there are villages that have no connection, for example, in Galicia, where I'm from. And this has impacted people during the pandemic greatly, and this affects people's rights. In July 2021, the Digital Rights Charter was approved, and it acknowledged specifically the right of citizens to good governance and good digital governance and administration. But for that, we need to know where we are and how we are going to solve these problems. We have several difficulties. First is privacy. We have a very protective environment in Europe, the General Regulation for Data Protection and the Organic Law 318 in Spain. But beyond that, you should think about the big technological corporations, who owns our data and what's their jurisdiction. It's not our jurisdiction precisely. About a month and a half ago, we saw how in France, ministers were forbidden to use the Microsoft Cloud precisely because it was subject to US jurisdiction, and they, in case of a an eventual requirement, they would need to provide the data of the cloud, of these ministers of the government. This is something we should put on the table. We talk a lot about the internet, we always talk about the digital administration, but we're talking about the United States and China. We're never talking about Europe. Unfortunately, Europe, even if we are at this point of digital transformation and we have a European data strategy and Europe is working on the cloud with the European Federation of Data, but truth be told, we are not where we should be in terms of what actually matters. So this is why it's so important to work on the difficulties. What difficulties may we have in the introduction of AI, big data, reutilization of information, the management of public administration, and the management of people's data? Because when we talk about the public administration, it's common to think of bureaucracy, red tape, but in the end, public sector is healthcare. We've seen this with COVID. It is education. We're talking about Loomis. We're talking about the judicial power. We're talking about the rights of people and how we should take them to the digital society so that we do not lose our rights. And this is not easy. So the first thing we should always know is what are the difficulties we will encounter. This is one of them. Another one is bias. Privacy, as I said, is one. We have a regulatory framework that protects us, but then we come out to the network and we are in the jungle. We do not have borders. If you're on Twitter, yes, you may say you're on Twitter, but things happen on Twitter. People are offended and their rights are violated, and right now there is nobody in this state who can do anything to protect us and defend us. In November 2020, the New York Times published a piece talking about a certain site, and when I tell you the name, I think you will know what they do, Pornhub. And in that piece, they talked about the fact that they were hosting certain, of course, sexual contact with minors. Of course, this is a serious offense. And what the site said is, I am a hosting. There's nothing I can do. I cannot filter. There's nothing I can do. And the public powers couldn't do anything. We knew that situation existed. Serious offenses were being perpetrated against the most vulnerable people, and nothing could be done. But then suddenly two companies, Visa and MasterCard, decided they would not allow any more transactions with their cards in this platform, precisely because they did not exert these controls and this filtering of the contents uploaded. Oh, surprise, surprise, all of a sudden we can filter contents. But it was because of two private companies. No public power was able to do that. So it's the brokerage. If we do not apply good governance and good administration in the digital world, they will do away with the middleman. And the middleman is us, those who defend the rights of people. And the risk we're running at the moment as a consequence of such. And bias, of course, in the confirmation of information. There's nothing better than having data for decision-making processes. But how do you obtain that data? The director of the agency said that I am the president of the Female Association of the Industry. There are so many gender biases, and the digital world is adding many more for two reasons. The first one is that the information it uses and with which it learns, of course, has a bias. I'm not going to say sexist bias, but well, male bias, because the world belonged to men until not so long ago. And then we have the stereotypes, male doctor, female nurse. We've seen it with people from other races, the difficulties they have in identifying people who are not Caucasian with face recognition. So, and this happens with women, and this will happen. So let's define public policies using data mining. But are we going to do it with data that is biased, with gender bias and race bias? But there's another important aspect. Women, well, today we have a brilliant example of a woman with a career in this area, but that's not the usual. We do not have female programmers, women working in technology, and even less in top positions where these things are decided upon. So this is something that we should bear in mind when defining where public policies are. And also the difficulties of the digital divide. I talked earlier about connectivity, appropriation. I have connectivity, I have a device and I don't know how to use it, or I do not even have a device. I've seen this during COVID. We now have a plan of digital competencies. The horizon in Europe is 2025, 80% of people in Europe with basic digital competencies. Now we are around 57%. Also here, as per the data of the latest planning instruments. So many people are left behind, and this cannot happen. The rights that we had in the traditional in-person version of things are being excluded. And that's the role of the good administration, precisely, because I do not want to go against technology. I've been working on technology for many years, implementing digital transformation in the public administration, and it's a great ally. In 2013, when the first transparency law was published, the basic transparency law in the state, I think in all of my slides I talked about the electronic administration because I thought it was a great ally for several reasons. The first one is traceability. Traceability has allowed us to fly away from a certain concern. And now I have always proof in any forensic, proof is traceable. Even if you eliminate it, when the forensic expert comes, they will find it. So let's do things right. Traceability, of course. Information, they say information is power. Nowadays, data, information, knowledge is basic. What for? For public powers to make the best decisions, because they will know the impact on the citizens. They require proactive administration that do tailoring. This year, a real decree was approved for electronic administration, and they say that the principles that should guide the administration are proactivity, personalization of public services, technology. Of course, this is not good administration. It is the best administration, the one that adapts, that offers citizens what they need without them asking for it. But for that, we need deployment. We need to guarantee that deployment of electronic administration, generally speaking, in all of the public sector. And I always talk about Maslow's pyramid. We, of course, would all like to have blockchain and great AI programs that give us all of the information, but there are public administrations, local entities here in Catalonia and in the entire state that still manage certain processes on paper, and they do not use metadata. It is essential to reference information and to use all of the richness of the data. They speak of data being the oil, the gold of the 21st century. We have all of this wealth, and we're not using it, and we need to use it. And we've seen, for example, with COVID, how despite having the information, we have not been transparent. These have been times of opacity in terms of emergency hiring, for example. So not everything is done and over with from the point of view of transparency. And I would like to remind you that the right of transparency is included in the Constitution, the Article 41 of the European Charter of Digital Rights, but it is also included in the Declaration of the Rights of Human Rights and Rights of Citizens when they talk about the right to accountability. This is basic. If I do not have data, I will not be able to offer the information. I will not be able to ask for social monitoring in civil society, which is arranged in platforms that allow to have knowledge. Right now, there's someone on Twitter who does data mining with contracts, and who is awarded and who is not. Javier Gómez Obregón, I recommend you to follow him on Twitter or follow what he does. He's doing something very good, which is asking for the data of the trade registry to be open for everyone to see. There's a commitment in the government plan to open this data. If we want to get to the bottom of things and know who is behind each transaction, each decision made, then we need to open the data of the trade registry. We need open data to be able to work, to be able to have information, to monitor, to do social control, because part of good administration and good governance is also empowered with civil society, with citizens who can do that as well. And this is also very important, and the public administrations should promote this from within as well. We'll continue to talk about the transparency of algorithms. This is one of the big challenges that we have. I talked about the Loomis case. GAIB here in Catalonia already passed a resolution saying that that information should be free access. La Lazio Court has passed several rulings acknowledging the right to access information when decisions have been made based on this information. In this case was a tender to transfer teachers, and teachers ask, why am I being transferred to this destination and not another like my colleague? Well, it's been the algorithm. Okay, what did the algorithm base the decision on? No, well, the algorithm becomes to a private company. So the hiring of technologies is of key importance to be able to preserve the guarantee of the rights of citizens. And I don't want to go too long in this fast intervention. I would just like to say that the Digital Rights Charter has a specific section talking about AI, talking about the right of people to have an alternative and to have a different means of relating to the administration, but also the transparency of data and the fact that ethical principles should be applied to all of the processes with AI in the public administration. This is key from that point of view. It also includes the need to identify people responsible, applying principles of good governance, equal access to digital means. And right now, I think we have an extraordinary opportunity. I said it at the beginning of my presentation, and with this I will finish. And this is the Next Generation Funds. This week, Cinco Días published a paper on data mining, a piece on data mining, and how we can use this opportunity to end the digital transformation and fight fraud with the red flag system in the, for example, the Valencian government. I can manage certain data, but the administration can manage millions of data. So it is easier to detect a red flag before the offense takes place, before correction takes place, than I do. So I think the strategic alliance of technology and good governance and good administration is there, and we only need to seize it, we need to use it, and we need to see the dark sides and shed some lights with all of these biases, and to go for transparency and good governance. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Concepcion. I think that this title of Risks of Citizenship and Good Technological Governance has been very well developed in this presentation of Concha. A very long way ahead, because you are dealing with the necessary challenges for the optimized interconnections, and also with this perspective strengthening the efficiency principle, which is the basis for good government, working for good governance, and also for fraud prevention, and the co-management system for citizens. So not repeating the red tape processes. Now we have the second presentation. It's going to be presented by Astrid Deset. She was a mayor, also postgraduate at the University of Girona. We share a common space as Logic B with the technological expertise. She contributed a lot to dynamize the strategy in relationship with this issue. She's also the director of the public administration in Catalonia, so she's got loads of responsibility for change. She developed always her profession at the level of the ITC. In 2010, she worked for the public health system at the regional government of Girona. She talks about the role of a public administration and e-administration. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Emma. Thank you very much to all of you. What an honor to be amongst you today. I did learn many things, and I'm right now the director of the Open Administration Consortium. 3 months ago, I was elected as the director of this consortium. So I can put into context my presentation with the previous presentation. How can we help municipalities for making digital possible? How can we promote to open data? What is the role that we play? it is kind of a very complex role. The motto that we all have, it is to create a digital country. Why? We want to make possible that citizens to live in quality digital services and therefore offering the possibility for them to live in an open society. Do you have the clicker, or if you want to be here you have the clicker. Okay, as we previously said, there is quite a complex ecosystem. Many organisms and organizations working for a digital transformation at the level of the public administration. The closest administrations to citizens and corporations are, at the end of the day, municipalities, city councils, and as well as the county departments, together with the Catalan government, through all the different departments and general offices. But the province government also play a very important role, as well as the Catalan Agency for Security, that will help all the administrations to be safe from cyber attacks and to avoid intrusion. The Center for Technology and Telcos, as well as the AOC, our consortium. What do we do? Well, the consortium was created 20 years ago. We were offering common services for e-administration to all the local entities, and we don't have as a final destination the citizen, but we are aiming towards all public administration. At the end of the day, we are deploying the implementation of digital tools for the public sector. We also include citizens as the main representative for digital identity. We'll see it later on. We are offering services to more than 2,150 entities, 193 local institutions, 123 services of the Catalan government, 14 universities and different statutory bodies, and also different organizations and public bodies. Why the AOC is offering such amount of services to all the ecosystem? As Concepcion mentioned before, there are very tiny municipalities that do not have loads of resources. We, together, the administration, with total independence of the resources and funds, we should offer these services to citizens. What do exactly promotes the AOC? Let's go deeper. Let's see what do we do. Just a second. Well, one of the main activities of our consortium, the AOC, it is to be the link for interoperability amongst Catalonia. We want to promote interoperability amongst administrations in order to ask for less paper to citizens. Data can travel in both senses between administration, citizens. We need a better and appropriate structure of red tape and documents and bureaucracy. So we need to show in a transparent manner and in a crystal clear manner if someone is reaching a website that belongs to a municipality. Well, we need to introduce the ID card, and we are complying with the payments, tax payments. So on average, we witness that the citizens can save 10 documents per year that do not need to be officially presented. And we also realized that approximately there are 3.7 interactions per year and citizen with the AOC. What else? Well, also all the contracts that we have in public procurement, 85% of public procurement is made through electronic systems, through the services that the AOC is offering. Also, the inter-administration services, we do have an intranet amongst the Catalan administration services, and we are rethinking to improve this system. When we talk about the services that we are offering at the AOC, we also have the challenge to reduce this digital gap. How can we do it? Well, we are offering to digital entities common tools that will allow them to interact with the citizens. We should help citizens, but we want to make these tools more friendly, more simple and comprehensible. And also, we want to offer to citizens this digital signature. This is one of the main activities, digital identity. We have the citizen folder that we call MyGo, the ID, electronic ID, video identification. It is something that we used during the pandemics, and it will be more frequent from now on. It allowed to any citizen to have an average ID identification through a facial recognition algorithm based on AI. We could have this kind of facial recognition. We also have e-notifications and warnings. So we do have the representa as well as the FAQ. The corporations, they can send the different taxes and bills, and it's not an invoices. It's not an easy thing. So at the end of the day, this will make that this digital divide to be closer and smaller than before. How can we help to strengthen this democratical bind from the AOC perspective? We can always offer common services, and it has to do with the previous panel. I was here, and you talk a lot about the open source system. This is what we do. We are using several solutions made by the previous partners, because the public resources should be in the hands of the public institutions, not on the hands of the private institutions. So at the AOC level, we are working with the project Let's Decide Catalonia that was developed by the City Council of Barcelona, and it is a project that was developed here in Barcelona, and we are offering the possibility to all the city councils to be there and to use that system. We also have an open source portal. It's available for all municipalities, the institutions, and they can have different repositories of information. We can extract some data from the Catalan government, and we can upload them in this data set. So this is already available for all municipalities, and citizens, they can consume that. And also we have the ethical letterbox. It's kind of a tool that will offer some solutions, ethical solutions, that will be given to all the open government structures and local governments. And it's also based in open source system. And also we have the transparency law and the electronic office that allow the 99% of municipalities to respect and to comply with the system and to be much more transparent. I think that that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Bé, moltes gràcies.
Thank you very much. We can see that you have a great architecture, and this for sure allows a great service. With all the models that you introduced, we can clearly see not only the challenges, but also the ability that you have to respect the challenges, to comply with the challenges through optimization, through self-responsibility, and the work that is developed by each and every one of the public administration. It's not an easy task, because at the end of the day, when we are giving some funds, at the end of the day, we are making possible that we will be able to reduce this amount of bureaucracy. So we have a lot to do to better manage these bureaucracy processes when we are talking about public procurement. So it is very important, we all together, to be aware that this is a priority. So services such as the AOC will help the whole administration to work towards this purpose. The third speaker is going to be Roger Bach. He comes from the private sector. We are more than happy because we are opening new possibilities and perspectives towards the private sector, the SMEs, the tech companies. He wanted to talk about talent and citizen innovation of SMEs. What are the opportunities and challenges for the public administration? Before reading his resume, when we talked about that and thinking about the topic, today's topic, it was very important to put this together with the public procurement European system. The European model since 2014 worked for this public procurement model to better define the public procurement system of all member states. Thus, it was a kind of a legal imperative that the big contracts should go towards the small and average and medium contracts, where competition would make possible to SMEs participate. This was developed through the national legislations, but I do have the feeling that since we have a whole vision of public procurement, we need a lot to improve. The big public procurement and the contracts that has been divided in different groups and with a different strategy for public procurement, that it's an ex-ante strategy. So how to put together these SMEs, new contracts. So we have a lot to do, mainly to promote the tech sector. So we want to open this new perspective because we believe that technology could be a great tool to promote this reorganization of public procurement. Why? Because the directive, the European directive, said that it was the only way to fight against fraud. Because if we have more public procurement, it's going to be more difficult to detect fraud. If it's only in a few hands. And also, the regulation of next generation funds is aiming at the same purpose. So they won't identify until the last step of the contractors with all the justification of funds that will be managed in the future projects at the European level. Who is Roger Bach? He is a project chief at Aragon Labs AG. He is the responsible to create a votation system based on a blockchain. It is so-called Optoni. It was developed here, but it has been spread in other countries. And also, what are the requisites with the customers, consumers, and how to set specific methodology and working plans. He's got several responsibilities, such as GIFE.net Foundation. He was the chief for research at this foundation. He's got a diploma in industrial engineering, electronics, and automation, and IT, PhD at computing architecture at the UPC, amongst many other things. So you have the floor.
No, ja poso jo ja, sí.
M'avisa si em passo.
Sí, endavant.
Molt bé. Doncs, com ja ha dit la Gemma...
Okay, so as Gemma very well said, I am an outsider. So, first of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity and the bravery of facing people who are not in the public administration. But as I will say, we've had several times and from several points of view relations with the public administration. And since this is a panel format, before I start my talk, I would like to comment a bit about previous presentations. Isidre Serra, Mayor of Sant Climent de Llobregat, and also Concepción Campos said that there's no fiber optics everywhere. There's no fiber optics everywhere, but there are places where there are multiple deployments of fiber optics, such as the streets in front of this venue, where we will find at least 4 or 5 deployments of fiber optics. And at least in a weather emergency situation such as now, we cannot afford, beyond our political colors, we cannot afford the wasting of resources. What failed here is an inefficiency, and what failed here is control by the citizens and therefore public administrations, I believe. In the opening session, the politicians all agreed in saying that good governance necessarily goes through the involvement of citizens and companies. The public discourse speaks of this, but the facts that I will give you now show the opposite. Not much citizenship, companies, some of them, very specific ones, and this links with what David Cuartellas said. He said, okay, open source is the engine of digital transformation, but we are seeing that open source, well, I think he was maybe a bit too critical if we do not know the track record of this person and his extreme involvement with open source in free software. It may seem that his presentation went against these movements. I think when talking to a non-expert audience, he should have been more positive, but well, he said the digital transformation is the engine, the driver, open source, but unfortunately we are seeing that the contributions of citizens too often reach the public administration via large corporations, and this goes along the lines of what you said about the next generation funds. And now hiring data are not too encouraging. I don't know if we were talking about 70% in the hands of BOE companies, this form of capitalism so ingrained here. And Dr. Evans, you talked about open source, but you forgot about infrastructure. The infrastructure that is the basis, the foundation for open source. There are initiatives as well to try and decentralize. You've talked a bit about this, but also telecommunications infrastructures, which is what I will be talking about, and also voting infrastructure. Voting is key in the game of democracy, at least the way we understand it in Western societies of the 21st century. Concepción Campos talked about compass, but what happens when we start integrating e-voting? Who will we give all of this? Who will we put this in the hands of? And I will talk about who I am, what am I doing here, and what I can contribute. And then we will see whether there is innovation and talent in citizens. Heuristic is data, the experience that we have, and what challenges do we face. Challenges are always accompanied by opportunities, but implementing them always comes at a cost. And answers to what we were proposing in this seminar today as to whether technology and good governance is a utopia or a dystopia. And this panel, digital bureaucracy. Gemma already said that I am an industrial engineer, and the professional track record, well, in the 90s, the panacea of industrial engineers was working for a consultancy company, such as lawyers in a very cool firm, even to work for free. I preferred to work on my own, to be a freelancer. I did not like working for consultancy firms, and then I tried at university. When I was a student, I already got into contact with open source, and the philosophy behind it captivated me. Building and adding up, not having to rediscover the wheel every time. And then I had the opportunity to work for 7 or 8 years at a foundation, which is one of the cases I will talk about, Gifinet Foundation. This is an NGO, a Catalan NGO. and it has a statewide scope. It has contributed also fiber optic connectivity to 50,000 homes. Right now, they are deploying in Navarra, the Basque Country, Castilla, etc. And later, I will talk about Aragon Labs. Okay, I'll be quick. Innovation in engineering firms. Well, at the university, we've already heard from representatives of the university, so I'll leave it for them. At GiveNet, I already said it before, GiveNet creates a network from the citizenship. Telco networks, GiveNet teaches citizens and public administration how to deploy fiber optics, not having to wait for mutual funds to decide whether it is deployed, because otherwise what we've seen happens, 4 or 5 deployments on this street, and probably close to here there is no fiber optic. And the question here is there innovation? Well, at least the European Commission has acknowledged this with one of the big awards, the Broadband Award, in 2015. But not precisely because of the use of technology, but for social innovation in the economic models about communal infrastructure. Remember again, free software. If someone programs something, I can benefit from it and I can start building on top of it, and a third person will find 2 contributions. And in the case of infrastructure, exactly the same thing happens. And Aragon Labs. As I said, we are doing e-voting. What is the cornerstone? What is our cornerstone? The implementation of a public ballot box with anonymous voting. And we have the Compass model, which decides how to rule in court, but the algorithm is neither public nor do we know how it works. And in the voting processes, I think free software and data should be absolutely public. And talent, fortunately, we've seen, or I have seen, that many people decide not to place their talent in the hands of power. They decide to do things for love of others. And Web3, maybe you don't know it, and this is what we know as blockchain. Blockchain is a part of Web3, and this is basically decentralized technologies. And some think it would be new revolution, such as the internet in the 90s, and still today, after 30 years. So from now on, we will not talk about blockchain. Blockchain is a specific case, and this is all of the decentralization of the infrastructure. And linking with what I said earlier, too often we see that citizen innovation only reaches the public filter by large corporations. So the same thing is happening with all of this. And there is an additional component which is serious, which is the bull market or this speculative craze. And you probably all heard about Bitcoin and the fact that it's worth a lot of money, and 7 or 8 years ago it was worth nothing. And this adds noise, but despite that, this comes from a very profound criticism to power structures in Western societies. And this continues. The great talents of these technologies, yes, there is money, and money attracts a lot of talent, but those who really set the trend, I'm thinking, for example, of the people at the Ethereum Foundation, they are activists and they believe in all of this. Heuristics, things that we have, or I have observed too often, there is an inversely proportional relationship between the size of the administration and the impact capacity in citizenship. Everything is guided by protocols, and if we compare what GiveNet has done in the Barcelona City Council, which is nothing or even negative, and if we compare this with smaller town councils such as my mom's village, 300 inhabitants, in which, thanks to this infrastructure, people had access to the internet only through their infrastructure for a long time. So important things that are happening, tenders, public tenders. First, citizens can forget about it, and small companies, they find it so difficult that they can forget about it as well. They have forgotten how to do it because it is so difficult for them. They get lost in the red tape. And the irony of this is that way too often they are the ones who end up doing the work. And now we are fighting against outsourcing, and let's do something about that. But the ones who end up doing the work are small companies. Challenges, I'll try to accelerate. We have the challenge of making a better use of all of these talents there is, or that I have seen, and you may say, who are you? Well, the talent is there, and I think you can see it for yourselves. In citizens and SMEs, and specifically the opportunities that decentralized technologies are contributing. You talked about accountability. I did not want to use the word because it's an English word, but it describes it perfectly. And let's not forget, because too often we forget, or I think we forget, the foundational spirit of the public administration, which is serving citizens, not just saying they do it, but actually doing it. And if there are legal hurdles that don't allow the administration to do good for citizens, then we should suppress, eliminate these hurdles, not stop doing things. In citizens, we are used to being activists, and for example, in telephone posts that used to have copper, we requested to use those for fiber optic without putting up new posts or paying a lot of money to this public company that became private, and now they say those posts, those telephone posts are theirs. That's just an example. Public administrations are big purchasers and prescribers of technology. You have the capacity to impact the market. If we go for open formats, be it open infrastructure, open source, and open source doesn't mean, okay, don't check. Open source is a way of life. So you have an impact capacity also in terms of the legislation. You may say, yes, municipalities only receive legislation. No, but you have impact as well, and you are a benchmark for other stakeholders of society. Decentralized technologies allow for the de-brokerage, not in the sense that Concepcion said earlier in terms of loss of control, but the other way around. There are many things that in the past had to be done by companies, and now you can do them yourselves. It's back to you, and this is the meaning of de-brokerage that I use, and also transparency and participation. There are many success stories and even more failure stories, and we can learn from successes and failures, and this is available. This knowledge, when we talk about data mining, is there. Costs, change of habits, well, I brought it in very short form here, but also leaving our comfort zone both for politicians and technicians. And answers, and I'm almost done. Utopia or dystopia? It is a religious matter, but I am sure that we can turn this into a reality. So it is neither utopia nor dystopia. We can turn it into a reality, and we have the internet, which is wonderful, and despite the speculative attacks, it's still open, and governance mechanisms are still open, the governance mechanisms that feed the internet. And regarding the panel, risks and good practices in the public sector, in terms of risks, using this revolution to continue to exclude and lock the Bowe capitalism that I said before, and good practices. You said it yourselves, smaller procurement, and also requirements that make sense. If we are startups, we cannot give you 5 years of experience organizing I don't know what. We cannot do that. And that will be all. Thank you very much, and I apologize. Thank you.
Sí, tú també, sí. Bé, moltíssimes gràcies, Roger. Realment...
Thank you very much, Roger. It was necessary to open that window, and listen to the expertise and the passion and commitment with which you work, which is not far from excellent, in this overview of the private sector, so that we can all be put in our places. Before I continue, I would like to apologize on behalf of Astrid Desset because she needs to go for the closing ceremony of another conference, and would like to appreciate her being here. Thank you very much for being here with us. And we agreed with her that she would leave at this time. So you can leave. Thank you all very much. Okay, so let's continue with the last presentation of this session with Rodolfo Tesone, lawyer. He comes in representation, we could say, of a huge and pioneering task has developed at the Association of Lawyers of Barcelona, and with the commitment of the former and the current board, but especially with the expertise of specialized lawyers who are grouped together at the Digital Committee of the Association of Lawyers, presided by Rodolfo Tesone. ICAP approved a Charter of Digital Rights, and it is working based on defending these rights of citizens in European and international arenas in a very active manner. This committee started many years ago, and it has been working ever since the emergence of technology with all of the legal connotations that it entails. And for us, it was essential to have them here today, not only because of this contribution, but because in the past 5 years we held this event at their offices, but last year they started with their transparency conference. So in order to avoid duplicities, we decided to use this wonderful venue. But we can say we have been working hand in hand in this task. Mr. Tesone Mendizábal is a lawyer, an expert in digital law and information and communication technologies, more than 20 years professional experience. He was a member of the board of the Association of Lawyers, responsible for digital transformation and responsible for compliance and company law. He is one of the 15 members of the expert group created by the Spanish government for the drafting of the Digital Rights Charter of Spain, promoted by the Economy Ministry and the Secretary of State for Digitalization. And as an expert lawyer, he is in charge of the strategic planning of the business, supervision, and applications derived from technical aspects. And he works in the field of information society, e-commerce, cloud computing, big data, startups, and blockchain. He's a member of the expert committee, the General Council of Spanish Attorneys, and the Spanish chapter of Cloud Security Alliance. So thank you very much for being here. Rodolfo, you have the floor.
Gemma.
Thank you very much, Gemma. On behalf of our dearest Dean, Maria Eugenia Guy, as you mentioned, we are institutions that we collaborate in several projects. So congratulations for the 6th seminar on transparency, which is a reference, and congratulations to the Transparency Agency led by Gemma in a very significant manner with loads of determination. Well, my task right now, it is to close this morning session, which is kind of a hard task. Loads of conferences, many ideas have been already set. I will repeat myself. However, I'd like to be with you to make a possible exercise. I want you to get inspired and all together try to get 2-3 ideas, and when we will be in the outer world, we will know exactly where we will be aiming to. That's why I'd love to start my presentation with this image. I think that you all know this person. It is Mr. Mark Zuckerberg. It is kind of interesting because this image belongs to the past. It was taken at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. Yes, we are the capital world of the Mobile World Congress, therefore we are one of the reference cities in the mobile world. It was taken in 2016. Those that we had the opportunity to be there, I was at the back of the room, and it was a disruptive session. We were wearing the virtual goggles, and we were able to visit the main Facebook headquarters. And when we were inside the headquarters, he was physically there, Mark Zuckerberg. We saw it through virtual reality. Well, maybe right now it's not very shocking, but that's why we have this logo of metaverse. This is where we are going to in 5-10 years. I'm sure I'm not going to offer you many samples, but I do believe that you all have a relationship with any of the corporations that belong to the gentleman. We all have WhatsApp, we all take pictures through Instagram, we listen music through Spotify. So we are all together merging our real and digital lives. And there is a single border. The single border between those corporations and ourselves is the screen. Where we look the screen, we cannot satisfy our real life. And when we are in our real life, we do not offer any attention to the life that we can find in the screen. Therefore, the idea it is to talk about disruption, but also merging. So this is the first kilometer, the first mile, when we talk about the disruption and the merging between real life and a digital life. It is very important to be aware and to have a perspective and to know where we all are going to, what are the biggest changes that we experienced in our history. The biggest changes have been produced through the conquests such as the Roman Empire. Now we are conquering the cyberspace, and also different migration movements we are experiencing right now. The most important migration movement from the real world towards the digital world. 6.5 billion individuals will live in this digital environment. And finally, we've got the different revolutions. This is the first time in human history that these three elements coincide in just 30 years of time. If we add on something else, the idea that this social, political, manufacturing and economical movement has been boosted by the fourth industrial revolutions such as the robotics and AI and the smart objects, big data, virtual reality, 3D printing, neurotechnology, nanotechnology, with all the information. If we will be able to project and to forecast the new situation in this new digital environment, could you see the strategies and the situation that we will experience? If you have a look on the positive side of this virtual world, we should be aware that we should better assess the threats as well as the risks, as well as the challenges. If we assess everything from the perspective of the economical power, the three main corporations in the stock exchange are dot-com corporations. We talk about Alphabet, Microsoft, Facebook, many others. All of those corporations, they have a huge potential. They reach 2.5 billion euros. Therefore, we talk about the second economy in the planet, overcoming the GDP of the UK, France, or India. If we translate this at the level of the employees, in the real world, we will never be in this context. So if we add the majority of the population, it would be the population of the city of Girona. However, the power that each individual has it is that it's able to produce $10 million from a productivity perspective. So can you imagine when we put it everything in the real economy, in the analogical world, the GDP per capita it's 163,000 euros in Monaco, and a Facebook employee would be around $22 million. If we add all these macroeconomic points and we add the demographic strategy, so these corporations they are able to control 6.5 billion people. This is the big question mark that I'd like to ask you. Are we talking about users? Are we talking about customers? Are we talking about citizens? Are we subjects of rights and obligations? Are our freedom recognized there in this digital world? This is what we have to assess and to study. Well, we all here, we belong to the pre-digital world. We do have a personal computer. After that, we had a laptop. Now we have our smartphones. But in a very short period of time, we will see the appearance of new devices that will merge the digital and the real world, that will allow us to interact in a continuous manner. We will have these VR goggles that are not anymore science fiction. They are not anymore prototypes. They can be sold in big scale. We will be in different Second Life virtual contexts such as it is happening now. Another metaverses where we'll be able to work and to interact through our avatars. And this, of course, entails many consequences from a legal perspective and also from a right point of view. So we will go from the Homo sapiens to the digital, to the Homo digital. So this comes from the second conclusion. The idea it is that we are not experiencing a period of change. We are changing an era. Well, this is a snapshot from the Bar Association of Barcelona. It's one of the three most prestigious articles, and me as an MP of the Board of Directors at the Bar of Lawyers Barcelona, we had to transform a bar association that was created 2 centuries ago. We had to transform everything for the 21st century period of time. So we finally created this website, and all the services and all the processes can be made online through our portal, and everything that you can see on the screen. We have 30,000 volumes of books that can be held in my hand. So we should change and to reinvent the Bar of Barcelona to create this digital land. It is a context where we believe that we interact, such as digital agents or digital beings. We do believe that we have our own personality. We believe that we have our own rights. We create our digital identity, but in reality, we are just goods. We are just commodities. We are just products. We are what is making possible to those corporations to have huge profits through our training, through our profiles, and a much more critical information that we are offering today. So they are the feudal lords, digital lords. Well, we have here in the screen this gentleman, Rousseau, and he talked about the social contract. The French Revolution, together with Montesquieu, they talked about the power separation. Right now, the legal structure that we know today, it's useless to solve the problems that we'll face in the future. It's not possible to solve legal problems with the state legislation. So we must do the same that we'll need to do with the climate change, with the energy crisis, with many other issues. We need to have a multilateral system. From this country, we won't be able to face the challenges that are coming through this digital universe. We won't be able to solve digital conflicts with a legal structure or a legal system that stems from 2 centuries ago. I don't know if you had the chance to visit a court recently, I hope no, but we are very, very far, not from digitalization, but I'd say from when we talk about the e-report in the in legal terms, we talk about putting everything into a computer. We are not experiencing a digital transformation in the legal structures and at the level of the court. So we need to rethink, we need to recodify the legal structure as we knew in the past. I must confess that 20 years ago I thought that the pre-existing law should be enough to solve the problems. If we had the Roman law and the legal sources of legislation, we could solve the problems in the future. 20 years ago, I'm completely convinced, as I mentioned, as Gemma mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, I do fight for restructuring this legal system. Who is the sovereign? Have you ever thought about who is the owner of digital land? Who's got the power of the metaverse? It's only in the hands of not more than 15 companies. So sovereignty belongs only to 15 corporations. When I talk about the digital feudal lords, I was correct. So facing this reality, those corporations are the ones that have the legislative power. They are the ones that structure the rules and the norms. They are the executive power because they are the ones that decide that they put into practice the law and the respect of the laws. And they are also the ones that they have the legal power and the court power because they are the ones that solve the conflicts. No one and no judge can know what is happening at the Call of Duty level, at the Fortnite game, or in a Facebook platform. It's going to be very difficult for a judge to get into these platforms. So it is fundamental from the institutions, legal institutions, from a group of lawyers that for more than 15 years we've been working towards a solution for these issues. We thought about creating a digital human rights charter and also to readapt the digital structures, power separation, a penal code adapted to the digital reality today. Boys and girls, they only want to be YouTubers or hackers and influencers. Well, they don't care if they are always in front of a screen. They won't always have to have a cell phone, right? It's very important to rethink the digital code, the market code, the property and code, copyright code, and how to have these NFT codes, how to better manage them. Well, it's very difficult to regulate the NFT codes. So a proper justice administration, everything that has to do with strengthening the safety forces and security and police to avoid such a high level of cybercrime, we should rethink everything today. Because if we go to the sources of law and when we see what's the legislation that must be applicable, with a few exceptions, everything is very obsolete. Those working for data protection at the level of the European Union 7 years ago, it didn't exist before. There were no metadata. And there were no platforms that existed. They didn't exist in the past. And we talk about the best of the best from a regulatory perspective. So as I mentioned before, you could tell to a prosecutor to ask for a court to go against hackers that they are minors. It's impossible to know where they. So self-control, the Spanish Agency for Data Protection, is doing a great job. We're talking about that we do not have enough resources. They have around 30 inspectors, so not more than 30 inspectors. When we compare with the tax agency, well, it's more interesting to have much more inspectors in the tax agency rather than in the digital agency. Well, I do belong to different and several organizations and research centers, and it's very difficult to reach an agreement when we go beyond the half of the members. They say A and the others they say B. It's very difficult. So what's the purpose of a ruling of the Constitutional Court that will be approved in 5 years' time? And also the Justice Administration, it's completely obsolete. Well, what do we have to do? What do we do? Well, we need to know how to be proactive. We should be together. Let's work together, hand in hand. Let's be aware that we are suffering a new situation and we are at risk. And let's create this digital transformation for the legal structure. From the Bar Association of Barcelona, after 10 years at the Congress of Lawyers in the city of Cádiz, we signed this declaration of digital rights in Europe. We convinced the political powers for them to take seriously this issue, and we finally got it. From the Bar Association of Barcelona, we created a multidisciplinary and integrative project with more than 500 civil society entities. We talk about trade unions, we are talking about the universities, more than 2,500 faculties of law in the world gave support, as well as the agency, the Catalan government, the City Council of Barcelona, the Spanish government, and in the end, we were able to have a Charter of Rights for Digital Citizenship, so which is the preface of what was finally the Digital Charter of the Spanish government. Why in Barcelona? Well, we do believe that Barcelona is an incredible hub when dealing with the mobile technologies, when we talk about smart cities, when we talk about 5G, and when we talk about smart cities and the Internet of Things. Barcelona is a capital center. However, this is not reaching an appropriate balance when compared with this technological humanism. We want to be the world capital of digital rights, not only of the industry, of the technological progresses. Barcelona has to play a vital role as the world capital of digital rights. And this is what we are fighting for, because we are a reference center. We did a huge work for more than 4 years. You can see our values since the beginning. We tried to promote and to gospel together in relationship with the biggest moments of history of humankind, where we had to adapt the law to this new context. We can see the Declaration of Human Rights during the French Revolution, the Second World War, where we had the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Here you can see our project at the upper part. Well, in the midst of the French Revolution, the Declaration of Human Rights and the Citizen, and here you have the headquarters of the Bar Association of Barcelona, with all the supporters, all the partners, and all those that we promoted this Charter of Barcelona for the rights of citizens in the digital era, and finally exploded together with other colleagues and bodies, and it has been embodied in the digital charter that was presented for the Spanish government. I belonged to the committee of the 15 experts that for more than a year and a half we wrote this charter, black and white, with loads of problems, with loads of tensions. It's normal because each and every one of us, we had our own sensitiveness and criteria. It was very difficult to reach to a consensus, to have a final version of the charter, but finally we had to offer some of our space to have this final charter. It is the first charter at the world level that comes with the support. With the support of the Spanish government, we introduced the charter with the Prime Minister, the Vice President of the Ministry of Economy, with the members of the Senate and other speakers of the chamber. What does this charter says? There are several chapters, several items such as the rights for freedoms, equality rights, participation, and public space creation rights, which maybe it fits the good governance and also the issue of transparency, the work and company rights, and we have a specific chapter that is necessary for guarantees and efficiency. And today I have to talk, I'm almost done, what has to do with freedom rights and intimacy and digital environment. And we can see a new right that to us is very important, that has to do with the right to be anonymous. I'd like to recognize the work of Borja Atzuara, which is the creator as well as the one that boosts the creation of the right to be anonymous with the support of my team and myself. We do believe that it is something fundamental. Well, I'm running out of time. Okay, I'll finish my presentation. Right for identity in the digital environment. It's the cornerstone to recognize ourselves as citizens, not as a commodity inside this new digital context. Without this right to identity, this doesn't mean that our identity has to be constantly public. For me to be an individual of rights and obligations, the rights and obligations should be together with a physical and individual that must be identified. This together with data protection, always together in combination with the right to be pseudonymization, as we are anonymous, we are unknown people when we are in the street, but if we commit a crime or if any member of the police or forces asks us to offer them our ID card, so this concept should be also applicable to the internet. We are not getting rid of the internal freedom or the right to be anonymous, right? So we must be responsible. We are all co-responsible. We, citizens, digital operators, industries, corporations, this is the only way. Being aware that we are the responsibles and complying with the law, and also denouncing what is not correct and what has been considered as a crime. Well, I also wanted to show you many other things. I offered you a review about all the different laws and regulations that deal with identity, and I was kind of surprised, personally surprised. There is no word about identity in the legislation. It's not a concept recognized in the Declaration of Human Rights, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, neither at the level of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European level. At the level of the 18th article of the Spanish Constitution, we can see something related with identity. The Penal Code doesn't recognize the concept of identity. That's why usurpation of identity, it is a crime. So if your digital personality is stolen, it's very difficult. You should stop now. Okay. And in conclusion, we can see loads of rules, regulations, legislations, acts. Here we have the European legislation that really deals with identity, and from there on we develop other concepts that are fundamental, anchored in the concept of the individual. And finally, what I'd like to make it is to offer a fundamental message, and it is just an idea. This is our motto that we kept since the tale of the hummingbird. There was a fire, all the animals were desperate, only the hummingbird was able to fly. He was able to take water and water the fire. A cat was intrigued and he asked to the hummingbird, "Are you able to extinguish the fire?" "I'm not sure that I'll be able to end the fire, but at least I do my best." So I do invite you all from your responsibility level and all the organizations and institutions represented in the panel. We are at risk. We must be aware that it's something that we needed yesterday. So I do invite you to get involved in the project. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Tenemos todavía media hora. Ahora
Thank you very much. We still have a half hour for the debate that we have not been able to conduct during the morning. Earlier, Concepcion Campos had to leave because she had a conference, because she has a conference in another city and she has to leave. Thank you very much. Okay, so Rodolfo placed the law on the table, and you have available all of the materials that all the speakers have presented. They will be on the transparency portal, and if you need them directly, you can ask for them. And now we have an opportunity for those of you, for all those of you who are online via YouTube or Zoom, to ask your questions via chat. We have 2 questions already, but I would like to encourage the people in the room. There is a traveling microphone. If you have a question, please request this roving microphone, and we'll give you the floor. The first question was from Ms. Campos, but I think we can answer it. Rodolfo, well, I think we can take it on. Due to my activities in the healthcare system, I can contribute that many citizens, especially elderly people, have true difficulties for the digital access to most of the things they need to manage, which are of vital importance to them. With regards to this, I think it is essential to stress already in the Citizens' Charter in Barcelona, we already said that with the same intensity as we had to promote digital transformation in rights and in this digital environment, at the same time, we had to guarantee that any citizen could do it in the analogical or in-person manner. We have all gone through the experience of COVID, and more or less, directly or indirectly, we have all experienced the anxiety, frustration of trying to communicate with the public administration, and it has been honestly very difficult. It has been very difficult because those who had made a huge effort to digitally adapt, they had done so via electronic arrangements, and when I have to contact an administration, it is essential that I can talk to a person. Where are all of the call centers with civil servants who, when a citizen is in need, can answer to that need and can redirect that citizen? Not the typical call centers where you have to press 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on what you want to do. So this is a call so that the digital transformation goes alongside with the component of humanity, humanism, and people. If we are going to remove the people who need to care for us in a personalized manner out of the equation, this will not be compatible. This transformation will not be compatible, and we will not be able to navigate it. Any questions in the room? Karina? Karina Gibert. Thank you very much. Is it on? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for your very interesting contributions in this panel. I would like to add an additional call to the one he made. One thing that we are forgetting in the digital transformation process, and I say this as an IT engineer, is the design of interfaces. So when you design a software, as complex as it may be, the part that will communicate with the human being is a series of screens and menus, which are an additional layer to the software. And if this is not well designed for it to be usable for a person with a digital divide, what's inside doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they conduct the procedures adequately. So if the interface is not friendly for a person without digital competencies, we are not doing it right. So what you said is very important, but it's also very important to go back to the fundamental role of the part of the technology that deals with designing the human-computer interaction. This is a branch of AI. This is a specific specialization which is lost in this debate and should be almost at the center because it is the key for digital transformation. I think it should end up being a requirement. It should be a requirement, yes, but for example, in this topic, which I think is key, this was the purpose of the inception for this seminar, is interdisciplinarity in this level, at this level of creation. The capacity to maybe regulate the fact that in any process of creation of this level of programming, it should be compulsory for it to be for doctors, for example, to participate, or in the field of healthcare, or legal experts, or doctors in education. So we shouldn't have this high level of technological specialization, but a content disconnect. Yes, but we also talk a lot about co-creation at the moment, and not only the doctor. We should have the doctor and the patient and the caregiver of the patient involved in the process, and the admin clerk who is in charge of the formalities. Everyone in this process should be called into the design process, and this means that we need resources. And when you develop a software, you should reserve a part of the budget precisely for this, which is very expensive, because if you need to start involving users of all profiles, it is a very expensive process. But it has to be done, because otherwise the goal of the software is lost. Yes, some more people have asked for the floor. There are two additional challenges, and the debate is open, because we are getting close to the bone. One is the fact that we need a post-COVID diagnosis, that we have conducted a post-COVID diagnosis that have shown the shortcomings of a technology that was needed immediately because of the pandemic. There are side effects that are not strictly technological, that are related to the most subjective aspect of the civil servant, and in the end, all of the responsibility is transferred onto the technological factor, and they unconsciously disconnect. And we can see it on a day-to-day basis in a train station, for example, with the problem of apps, when there are problems when issuing tickets and a person may be left on the ground, or, for example, when you have a problem with your phone line, or your energy supply, the difficulty to connect an operator and a person. We also see it in hospitals, where reports are uploaded directly onto an application, which is impossible to access for a person who is caring for a patient with a severe condition and who are of a certain age. So we can identify several cases, and I say post-COVID because I think there is an emergency, and it's obvious that what we are saying here, because of these cases, is necessary. Someone has had requested the floor, Marcel Grosser, Roger. And if any of you online want to participate in this debate, please send your comments, and we will reproduce them here. Actually, it was a comment latching onto what Karina said. On the one hand, we have the user experience and the fact that sometimes we do not need, for example, in the case of healthcare, we do not need many patients or many users. Oftentimes, with a diverse representation, 5 or 10 users, you can already design bearing in mind the different perspectives, and not just at the time of development, but also the user testing at the end of the design process, to see whether you have achieved to meet the requirements requested by the users. But I also wanted to add that in education, in engineering, we talked about IT and engineering, and in the education in other disciplines, there's also this area of responsible design, placing the user at the center and with this user experience, but also, as we said today, regarding privacy and ethics, when we train AIs to create algorithms, when we design technological or digital platforms that will transform what we're doing in the public administration and on our day-to-day, not only in the public administration, well, we should start teaching with this ethical component of protection of privacy and the component of responsibility and understanding the use of data. We have the education side of things and then the development of design and development of platforms. I was just continuing with the conversation. Roger? Well, software interface design subjects are so old. They were designed more than 20 years ago in IT engineering studies. Everyone designs software nowadays without being engineers, and they don't know, they don't have the knowledge. The market does not know that they need this specialization for interfaces, and that's the source of the problem. The ethical component is coming up now and is newer, so to speak, but the degree of artificial intelligence at UPC has an entire subject on ethics. And I think this, in our context, well, is more or less clear for everyone now. But adding training in development of digital competencies in primary school is another component of the equation that we should also work on. Roger? I will not talk about UI, I will talk about the user experience, UX. And the point is the sacrifices you need to make and what concessions are we willing to make. And a parallel that came to mind is what type of democracy do we want? Voting once every 4 years, or a more liquid democracy which entails higher costs for us? We need to be informed. Now they talk about the Charter of Digital Rights. We should know what it is, because maybe then this will be the subject of a consultation. Or will I accept just to vote every 4 years? So, same thing with technology. If we want something that is very easy, a perfect UX, and this linked to the sovereignty issue, managing sovereignty, and I am a firm defender of digital sovereignty, a digital sovereign entity. I am the one who generates the entity and I expose it to whoever I want. UPC to acknowledge my diplomas, the bar association, who should say no to me because I'm not a lawyer. But the College of Engineers says I am a part of their association. So everything comes at a cost, and managing citizens' sovereignty means that I'm responsible for a digital material, and this is difficult. And I'm not saying that anyone should be included. I should be excluded. I'm just saying that we should educate. And there are people, and I'm thinking of some of my family members, who will never be able to use an application where all of the components of sovereignty have been sacrificed, and it's still difficult for them. So if I now tell them to start managing digital portfolios, they will go mad. But I would like to have this component in the debate at any rate, not just saying, okay, it's difficult, because we are proposing a problem that is easy to solve. Otherwise, we can just make it very easy to use and that's it. No, there are sacrifices that will be made when we make it easier to use. And that's the contribution I wanted to make. Maybe I have been a bit too abstract, but I tried to land it with some examples. But in the end, that's my contribution. If we're only talking about ease of use, user-friendliness, it's easy to solve. Let's make it as easy as possible. But there are 3 components. You mentioned some, privacy, etc. And I mentioned sovereignty of the individual. I think based on what you're saying, and from the point of view of the public administration, and since Concha's not here, well, the fact that the sector of EMAG or finalist policies, the ones who are managing these policies, should have the capacity to do intermediate audits on the technology impact on their own public service vis-a-vis citizenship. So they should conduct an assessment with users, with citizens, of this impact, of this constant impact, to enter these modifications for improvement. So a shared audit within the public sector. And I'm saying this because I think public sectors, on many occasions, oftentimes the when you interact with employees on specific situations, they say, well, there's nothing I can do, because nobody ever asks them how the citizens are experiencing these impacts in their applications are constantly changing. In order to print a Renfe train ticket, the system, the application may change 3 times in a year, because behind this there is a company modifying a system, and all of this has consequences. And I think impact audits are a good tool, a tool of good governance, to be able to proceed and establish the necessary areas of improvement for this interaction. I don't know, Rodolfo? From the point of view of the Charter of Digital Rights that I encourage you to read, you'll see how all of these concepts that we're talking about here are obviously included. Of course, digital sovereignty framed within the thing to protect, which is the right to my own information, which is saying I do whatever I want with my digital life, which actually doesn't happen. But within the Charter, there is a specific protection for especially vulnerable collectives and minors, people with disabilities. We're talking about a percentage here in Spain, which is very high, a percentage of people who cannot access mobile apps or certain portals, and precisely this is how we guarantee right to access, right to information, and the right to have accessibility, a series of universal rights to protect that. However, when we started working on the Charter, the idea is that the Charter, that is not law yet, it's just a reference framework for a subsequent regulation, so that with every new law or project, they will commit to those guidelines. And it's just like in the drug industry or the food industry. There are sectors that are deregulated, and it should be as such because it's a free market economy. However, there are sectors which have an impact on citizens and are offered by the public administration, which should necessarily be regulated. What should be regulated here? None of us imagine that now that pharmaceutical companies have had to do research and experiments in order to obtain the vaccine, we couldn't imagine them doing it without the agreement of the European Medicines Agency or doing away with all of the protocols and regulations. No, there is a scheme for the industry. There is a specific regulation from pharma industry saying that for each new drug, there will be an entity, a third party, that will audit what they're doing. As Gemma said, there will be a third party that will certify. They will need a certification, and after all of that, from there on out, they make it available to the public. If we understand this with a drug, and if we understand this with the food industry exactly the same way, well, we could apply the same thing to the food industry or the automotive industry or the financial sector. There are many sectors that are regulated, and we necessarily need to get to work so that the technological sector is regulated as well. The European regulation of data protection clearly specifies that each new program development should contemplate the privacy obligations by default and by design. And those of us who are on the front line analyzing these types of tools, and the vendors who have to do whatever they can with the limited resources that they have, well, there we see that they do not fulfill these regulations. So if we do not give them resources and recognition, and I'm talking about SMEs and micro SMEs, they on their own do not have the capacity to guarantee the fulfillment of all of this. So we need to rebalance these sorts of services and solutions and regulate them. So now we need to start developing them, but very quickly, because in 5 years this will come to an end. Joan Chirau from the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia. Yes, I personally, well, the presentations that I found more enticing is that of Rodolfo, because I have a legal training, and due to circumstances in life, I ended up involved in technological debates. The question I wanted to ask was related to his intuition as to how the regulation will evolve. Because in the end, there are certain instruments that the law uses and has used for a long time now in this citizen market interaction. In the end, we are in another citizen market interaction, but with an extraordinary disproportion. So the law has tried to act in this sphere with more or less success, and what you're proposing is a new declaration of rights that will need to be brought down to specific mechanisms that guarantee these rights, as was done in the Declaration of Rights after the French Revolution. This is an increase of the rights of the people, and the Declaration of Rights after the Second World War is a growth in an increase in the rights of people, and you are proposing a third increase of these rights vis-a-vis digital aspects. So we will act with the means that we now have, and we will probably have to invent others. And one of them is probably the regulation and interaction with these large corporations. So what's your intuition? Where do you think we can be successful, and where do you think things will be more difficult? Because you've probably been thinking about this. And a very specific one. I work in the anti-fraud office, and we are always thinking about the role of independent organisms, the independent bodies. You've talked, for example, about the role of the European Office for the validation of drugs, with a relevant role, because this is an independent office that everyone trusts. So what is the role that you think macro-independent offices will have at a worldwide level? What's your intuition? We are constantly making projections, forecasts as to in what way this will have an impact or an efficacy first in the legal texts, which is our ecosystem, and then after that in society. And I am sorry I'm not too optimistic because of a first symptom of a disease, which is the speed. You, as a colleague, know perfectly well that between the moment we regulate and things end up taking root. For example, earlier I talked about the UPA data protection regulation. It took many years, and it regulates also information self-determination. So the first challenge is to start doing things now. I see this in parallel with the environmental challenge and climate change. And I think in the digital environment, things are very similar. If we're slow, the future generations, our children, I have children in school age, and, well, it's difficult that they will become citizens with rights in this world of the internet, because these minors already live on the internet. Their day-to-day context is in those platforms, and the question is, and I launch it and I send it to you, is the organization willing to be in this meta project? I answer with another question. I think there's a different culture, for example, between the English-speaking world and the European world, especially the South, vis-a-vis fundamental right protection actions. And I just remember the show, The Good Fight. I think it's a very recommendable show, because there, well, I have some colleagues, some American colleagues, who have told me how there have been legal actions in court defending some of the aspects that we are debating here around the Charter. So the first question should be the state of rights persists, so there is a capacity to create law in the jurisdiction, which is not only a competency of citizen action, but also our administration. If our administration in good governance takes abusive practices, we have consumer law, we have the Catalan Agency for Consumption, we have the Anti-Fraud Office, we have many control bodies, and we cannot disconnect from this scope of the legal framework. We can be sorry about the state of certain things, but maybe some stakeholders are too passive in the shared distribution of responsibility and with the change of culture. And I'm talking about jurisdictional terms, and I like a lot working on the construction of preventive dynamics so that we don't need to end up in court. And I think at the moment we are privileged because of these synergies that allow for interdisciplinarity to generate, for example, the bioethics committees in the hospital world. No one questions today that they've been so very useful to shelter the healthcare system from certain day-to-day decisions, and they are consolidated. For example, the ethic committee of the Grifols company, Grifols Foundation, which is very important and is a benchmark in certain ethics criteria. So I think we need these technological ethics committees within administrations, and we need to insert the ICT department within the rest of the organizations. And in public administrations, you're right with the question you ask. We have a lot of work to do. Public administrations have a lot of work to do, and in this regard, I think it is reasonable to distribute responsibilities. We're in the same team, and we see eye to eye. But this is why I stressed the factor of speed, and I alluded to the environment, because in the end, it's a geopolitical and strategic aspect. At the beginning of my presentation, I mentioned we are in a global play field, and this is what limits us, so that in a local world or a statewide or European-wide jurisdiction, we can be decisive or have the determination to solve these problems that come from these digital feudal lords. In the world, there are three large blocks. We have the Asian bloc, the Chinese bloc, where obviously all of the digital rights are left at the very bottom. On the other side, at the geopolitical level, we have a completely antagonic model, which is the American model, where from the ultra-liberal perspective, they try to protect corporate interests and economic interests above and beyond individual rights, in this case, human rights of citizens. And here in Europe, and we must say this with pride, and we must say it loud, we are so very lucky to be in the only global context where, with all determination, they have decided that there cannot be a single digital market, there cannot be a development of the society, the information society, without guaranteeing these fundamental rights. And we are in a scenario of unfair competition, because in the meantime, in this third state, in the meantime, in the digital world, the other companies and countries become stronger. And it's the same scenario of unfair competition with the Glasgow crisis, where we are paying for and taking on effort and other countries decide not to do so. Or China, from the point of view of manufacturing worldwide, at the worldwide level, they do not respect labor rights that we need to respect here. Or in the Middle East, they do not respect the rights of the energy industry that we do have to respect here. Either we all go in the same direction, or it makes no sense. I'm optimistic, though, that in the long run, all digital citizens will want to be in an environment in which they have rights. So the meeting point will not be either China or the US, will be that everyone will want to digitally inhabit an environment where these rights are taken into account. And the world of cinema and science fiction is full of cases, and I would like to talk to you about a Steven Spielberg film which is defining in this. It is Ready Player One. It is a film where they precisely project all of this status of the metaverse, and where citizens are dormant. They basically have no physical activity, and 90% of their activities are developed in this new metaverse. This is what I told you about Mark Zuckerberg. So this is where we need to build the new democratic institutions, and people will vote there, people will make decisions there. There will be political parties, there will be regulation. We will need to regulate institutions such as private property. There will be private property it would be NFTs or digital assets, whatever it is, but a guy who will be cooking an avatar for 2 months so that he can have an avatar and having a certain amount of gamified points, you cannot go and take it away from them. There will be a digital currency. We do not know if it will be digital coin, Bitcoin, or what it will be, but the world will also be transferred into this digital arena. And this is where I raise my hand and I say the public power should be there as well, and we need to start working now.
I think that we are here for that, but beyond the future, while we wait for the future to come, what can we do? This is what I wanted to share with you. Well, when we talk about the development of these legal instruments, if we have to wait for quite a while, and the things go very slowly, with the legal instruments that we have right now, we can do many things, much more than we do right now. It is brutal, the way it's structured. I think that there is an historical basis and reason. But let me tell you that from public administration, we tend to make things possible from what has been already approved and already exists. Mainly when we talk about digital service providers, they are still the feudal lords, the digital feudal lords that you talk about. We can also see them, and, well, they are very few, less than 10, and we all know what are the names. So I'd like to take advantage of this comparison between climate and digital rights. Well, we don't have to wait for the Glasgow decisions to be on the move. It is us, individuals, that must fight for the climate. And meanwhile, what? At least we need to respect and to comply with the demands. We need to comply with them. When we talk about the general privacy legislation, it is already a reality. However, if we have a look on the different levels, such as the districts and counties, we can see that you comply with all that. But it's just on the surface. This is not something real that we can see in reality. So sometimes due to a lack of sensitiveness and facing reality the way it should be, you are not able to do it. So these kind of seminars are needed to face the future situation. It's like the North Star at the horizon, and we should have more tangible goals. I do guess that there are three main ideas that are clear to me. First of all, we need to be proactive. We need to work from our different bodies, not only from the public institutions and administration, but also the legal operators. They are the warrants of the law and rights. They are also the stakeholders. So we need to have an awareness of this existing risk that we have today. We will lose some rights, that's true, due to non-balanced digitalization. And also how to work in a multidisciplinary way. We can see that from the European Union there are some graphic guidelines that have been shared today here, but if you read the papers, you will see loads of resources to improve ethical technologies. So now we are at the doors of the law, and we should be realistic, and also the awareness of the public administration. You all following us from all over Spain and also others from the US, we should be aware about the risk and also the consequences that we will pay due to the fact of being passive. How we have to be reactive, rigorously, optimizing data, protecting citizens' rights, which is the main axis of any kind of action coming from the public sector. These three main axes are clear, and we need to change our working culture. Get out from the comfort zone. Let's explore the reactions in real terms. We were able to be very proactive when dealing with this health crisis. We can be reactive. We could reach important consensus. Before giving the floor to Karina, let me tell you that you are invited to lunch. The next panel will start at 4. Sorry, at 3. At 3, 3:30. 3:30. So the next session will be at 3:30. Those that will be having lunch, we could visit the venue, which is a very beautiful venue. And I'd like to give the floor to Karina, and we'll close the session. Thank you so much. What an interesting variable. Loads of information. Well, I was visiting the IT order, and all these things are very complicated to manage and to digest. We talk about software. It's an intangible thing. It circulates in an instant way. No one knows where the software is. It's not a chair. It's not a drug, right? So it's very difficult to regulate everything. We should need mechanisms that go beyond the regulation mechanisms and systems that we know today. We also have a very big geopolitical problem. That's true. China and the US, they produce loads of software. We all have this software in our devices. We could download that. We have a huge legislation problem. We know that there are companies that put the servers in international waters for not to respect any kind of country legislation. Let me interrupt you, because this is a very long discussion and we could talk about it. But you know, once you can show that there is an intention to invade your privacy, there are reactions from the legal law perspective, the private law. So it is us, we, legal professionals, to create protection instruments. But this issue always comes later. We talk about the guardianship, we talk about the vulnerability of people, we talk about protection. How can we prevent the use of these dangerous points? Something else that I should put on the table and crystal clear, talk about the pharma industry. The legislation in the pharma industry is very strict. When we talk about this, well, we are aware, but no one is offering drugs right now, no, for free. But right now we are in an industry where the product in 90% of cases must be for free. And corporations cannot live thanks to the software that they develop. If you are Amazon, yes, but not if you are a startup. You are developing something that you will offer for free. The ability for you to invest in quality, resources, safety, it's kind of complicated. So we should review the business model of this sector, because I don't know who was telling this before. If we want quality, it cannot be for free. If we want the whole public administration to be based on the digital instruments, we don't know who did the code. Well, we have the cookies here. Well, it's not calculated properly because that guy, well, they didn't do the work. So there is something different that has to do with the business model. We are looking towards the other side, but we need to offer an answer to that. And well, we put regulation, restrictions, legislation, but at the end of the day, what happens with these small companies? We are losing competitiveness when we will have only chips producers in Africa or in Asia. We will see if they will put the man at the center. Just 30 seconds, because we have another question here. Later on. We could talk later. Quickly said, just to offer a short snippet of this. It's just a snippet. Well, you talk about programming and software. I can create a piece of software in the basement or at my office. Once this belongs to the public domain, though it's going to be a product aiming at the users, public administration, private customer, I cannot produce a motorbike if I don't pass some tests. You can say that this is illegal competition because the Chinese, they can get into Europe, well, but you need an homologation, and Chinese, they cannot get in. So what can we do in order to regulate that? Well, we could talk about the software, the standardized and the officially approved software, and the fact that you have maybe a property registry for a software, well, it should be this way. You can certify it. This is fundamental and always in line with what Rosé said. We need to respect these requisites and paradigms. Well, you know what happens? It is not only... Yeah, Merced, do you want to intervene and you will close the session? Yeah, because you are the speaker. No, just let me tell you that if we make the software registry, as it happens with the drugs and the pharma industry, we will be able to forecast the impact of the product and where are the interfaces and the different parts, the infrastructure and the interfaces that the society will get. We have the moral obligation to protect citizens, the citizens that are using this software. And what could this produce for the new generations? What can we do? Because we must be able to foresee and to know if this is acceptable or not. At a glance, I won't accept the idea of a metaverse. It is the idea that exists in society. Maybe we don't want to have that. Maybe we should predict what would be the impact for future generations, and we should assess and to regulate in a certain manner for not to suffer the impacts and the troubles in the future. Well, you talked about software, but this is not only the issue. Merced, she talked about infrastructure. Who knows Cloudflare here? Cloudflare, have you ever heard about it? Apple? Who knows Apple? Google, right? So Cloudflare controls the internet. Cloudflare, it is a company that protects the internet. 90% of the internet traffic goes through Cloudflare, and the whole society is not aware about it. And this is a huge problem. For sure, there are many other problems. But when we take into account the legal tools, we should include the public expenditure. When dealing with equality, maybe we could get rid of the different clauses in the compliance prerequisites due to the economic problems. So if there are bad practices, there are corporations that they know that when they see the smallest one, as they have the financial power, if there is a public tender, they know that they will win. So I don't know if this is enough. So we should have another scheme to protect the small ones. So please, let's launch public tenders, not only assessing quality, technical requirements, and many others. This is what law says. The material requirements should be assessed afterwards, and the price should not be the criteria as it was in the past. It's very difficult to put into practice all the legislation and to respect that. We do have all the prerequisites and the contract planning, the public procurement when dealing with technology. Well, this is kind of a passionate discussion. This afternoon we'll have 4 more panelists. They come from France, they come from the Balearic Islands, they come from the other side of the pond, and also they deal with the risks of technology. I think that it's going to be a very fruitful panel after lunch. Please, let's have lunch and enjoy your meal, and enjoy the discussion, and enjoy this amazing Art Nouveau building that we are all invited to visit. We do not only have machines, we also have culture, spirit, and soul. The human part is very important too. See you in a while. Thank you.